Good evening, class. How is it going? It's the rare Thursday stream for me. So welcome on in, Chaotic Claw, Kaneko. How's it going? Hey, Viral. And Surface Tenshi, how you doing? Feels strange to me to be streaming on a Thursday. Normally I have rehearsals on a Thursday night, though I do not tonight. And I have a Virtual Hydlide race coming up at 2 p.m. on Saturday over on Ren's channel. Let me shout her out, because you should go follow her if you're not. That's where the race is going to be, and it's between me, her, Swirl Drop, and Sarduce. The four of us are going to be racing through Virtual Hydlide on the Sega Saturn to see who amongst us is the fastest Jim Hydlide out there. Now, I have done a Virtual Hydlide race once before. It was just myself and Drop. However, neither of us had played the game a single time at that point. We were racing through it blind. So, hopefully we will all do a little better this time. Though the world seed will likely be chosen by chat. So, I don't know what it's going to be, none of us do. So our practice is really just going to be generalized practice, and I just kind of want an excuse to play Virtual Hydlide again. Because, while it is the butt of many a joke, I genuinely do not think it is a bad game. I think it gets an unfairly harsh reputation simply because the frame rate is really, really bad. And don't get me wrong, the frame rate is really bad. I mean, because, as I know I've said on this channel a million times, it runs on a golf game engine. It runs on the same engine as Pebble Beach Golf Links. I don't think so, because Saturn emulation is not very good. Still, I actually have no idea. I've never bothered to set up a Saturn emulator, because I have a Saturn. I think even if you overclocked it, it wouldn't make it that much smoother. I think the game would need a kind of full rewrite for that to work. Despite that, though, I love the way the game looks, because everything is like digitized either 3D models or like real actors digitized as sprites. And it's really funny, but in a extremely charmingly 1995 kind of way. And this is essentially a remake of the original Hydlide. And it really is. The order in which you do things is more or less the same. Some parts are expanded to be a grander adventure. And this is an early example of a randomized game world. The box very proudly claimed over 40 billion combinations possible, which technically is true, but the order in which you do stuff is always going to be the same. It's just where it is and what kind of luck you have are effectively random. So let's go through the manual quickly. Not so much for me as for, anybody here who doesn't know about Hydlide. Actually, generally, if you don't know about Hydlide, while it is the butt of many jokes, thanks to clowns like AVGN and ProJared, it is a foundational RPG series. Oh, I don't know if I knew that, Psycho Vulpes. I probably did at one point, but haven't had to think about math in a long time. But yeah, the original Hydlide was by company T&D Soft. It was for the Japanese computers, like the NEC PC8801, the MSX. I think there was a version on Sharp X1, probably a Fujitsu FM7 version as well. And it was a smash hit in 1984. And it got a Famicom port about 2 years later. Oh, DJ Amamiya, I actually love this game. Like, unsarcastically, unironically, I really like it. I think it's a good game. It runs very poorly, but I don't think that means it's a bad game automatically. But the original Hydlide, when it came out in 1984 in Japan, oh, that's magnificent, Uno Squid. I love that. But it was a mega hit. Hydlide, along with games like Dragon Slayer, really kind of laid the foundation for action RPG gaming, especially in Japan. And I'm being very serious. Without Hydlide, there is no Ys. Without Hydlide, there is no Zelda. Over 1 million copies of Hydlide were sold on Japanese PCs, and another 1 million were sold to the Famicom port. It was a mega hit. Now, the original Hydlide, PC-88 version, is very, very primitive and straightforward by today's standards. Hey, thanks, Omega Paladin. But at the time, players absolutely loved uncovering its secrets, figuring out what to do, how to progress. Things that we don't like anymore as game players were all the rage in the 80s. Things I personally still like very much. Having to use all the tools at your disposal to figure out what to do next and how to do it. Hydlide was quickly followed up by a sequel, Hydlide 2: The Shine of Darkness, in 1985, which introduced a morality system. Right, Psycho Vulpes, Tower of Druaga. I mean, it all goes back to Druaga. Hydlide was in part inspired by the community approach arcade gamers took to figuring out Druaga's secrets. You know, it was a cultural phenomenon. Everything wanted to be Druaga for something else. And, you know, early 80s, mid 80s, this was the predominant game development philosophy. Hydlide 2, year later, introduced a morality system, NPCs, you know, big ideas. And then 87 saw Hydlide 3, which is a phenomenally in-depth 8-bit RPG. Right, not just post-its, but notebooks would be essentially hung off a rope off the side of like the cocktail cabinet Druaga machines, and players would leave notes of what they found on each floor, until eventually someone would be able to beat it, which is really remarkable. Now, American gamers had a very different reception of Hydlide, because the NES port which we got didn't come out here until 1989, and by that point we'd had 2 entire generations of games inspired by things inspired by Hydlide. So think, Zelda 1 and 2 were already out. Games like Crystalis were just about to come out. You know, The Guardian Legend was out. There were so many games that had taken the inspiration of Hydlide and advanced far beyond it. So essentially, we got the game 5 years late. And the NES port isn't a great port. It has like one 30-second loop of barely legally distinct Indiana Jones music as its only real background music. And it made a very negative reception in the West. We did get Super Hydlide on Sega Genesis, which is a port of Hydlide 3, which is actually what you're hearing right now. That game's fantastic, and actually reviewed fairly well in US magazines at the time. Clowns, since then, like AVGN and ProJared, have spoken very negatively about Super Hydlide, but I think they just don't care to learn how to play it, because it has a pretty steep learning curve. It's a very mechanically in-depth game, especially for the time period. Hello, Doomer Dean Goofy Goober. Actually, if you're interested in playing the original PC-88 versions of Hydlide 1 and 2, they are now both available on the Nintendo Switch under what is called the Egg Console series, which are high-quality ports of PC-88 games to modern platforms. I've picked up both Hydlide 1 and 2 there, and they're very fun to play, even now. You just need to be able to, you know, put yourself in that, in that headspace. Oh yeah, that's the speedrun though, Psycho Vulpes. If you're just playing it normally as a player, I wish I had had Super Hydlide as a kid. I would have been obsessed with it. I really enjoyed it when I played it for the first time as an adult. But I gotta tell you, it's fantastic. Go into it with an open mind, and I think you'll have a really good time. The way Virtual Hydlide came about was that in 1994, T&D Soft and the creative director, whose name I always forget, who had come up with Hydlide originally as a very young man. He joined the, gaming industry right out of high school. He was already coding on a department store, demo computer. After school, he'd go right to the store and begin writing code on a demo machine in a store. And, he was a big part of why Hydlide came to be. 10 years on, he was getting very frustrated that a lot of what T&D Soft were doing, besides the golf games they made, which did very well, was just porting other people's projects or, basically being developers for hire, not taking on large creative works of their own anymore. Oh, agreed, Nekosune. It's an entire world of gaming that most people in the West are totally ignorant of. I've mentioned this channel a ton of times before. One of the best YouTube channels for my money is called Basement Brothers. because they have an incredible PC-88 and PC-98 series of videos. Highly recommend it. You can learn so much watching that channel. Though I don't think he's looked at Hydlide yet. I would like that. But what was I thinking? Oh yeah, so by 1994, there was a, next generation of home consoles rapidly coming onto the market. The 3DO had just come out in 1993, on which T&D Soft had put Pebble Beach golf links. The Sega Saturn was just coming onto the market in 1994, and so the pitch was made, what if we do a recreation, a remake of our smash hit from a decade ago of Hydlide, and update it for, a modern audience? Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be a big hit? And they actually got Sega on board to publish in Japan, I believe. And they said, well, we already have a 3D engine. And so they used their golf game engine to recreate a full 3D open-world action RPG, which meant it ran very, very slowly. But it was moderately well received by players at the time. Even in the US, Virtual Hydlide was not poorly received when it came out. It wasn't, a hit, but it was, so-so. Yeah, no, it's the same exact engine as Pebble Beach golf links on the Saturn, down to the font. It's great. I actually really like that about it. But I like that style of digitized, actors, digitized 3D renders as sprites. I think that's fun. Oh yeah, there were so many consoles on the market in Japan. In 1994, in Japan, new at retail, your gaming console options included. Still, the Famicom was still on sale and still got a couple new retail releases as late as 1994. The Super Famicom was in the prime of its life. The Mega Drive was still getting reasonable support, but was a fairly niche platform. The PC Engine, Super CD, that whole conglomerate was slowing down by 94, but was still getting dedicated support and had a very enthusiastic fan base. The PlayStation just came onto the market in late 94. The Saturn came onto the market in late 94. The 3DO was fairly well established in Japan in 1994. The NEC PCFX was on the market in 1994, was just introduced. The FM Towns Marty was just barely clinging to life by 1994. The Jaguar got a Japanese release. That's over 10 platforms, and I'm not even done listing them. That's not even counting computers. Like the PC-98-21 by that point was the latest model from NEC, though by that time IBM compatibles had started taking over. You did also have kind of niche consoles like the Casio Loopy. I don't think the Loopy was out yet. I would love to get a Loopy. I would love to print out a sticker from my console. Yeah, Loopy was a little later. Bandai Palladium, I think the Palladium was much earlier, wasn't it? Like, that was an 80s console. But yeah, there was so much choice out there at the time. And it was thought, okay, late 94, that remaking one of the biggest hits of the 80s would surely make a big impression on gamers on this new generation. It didn't quite work. But I think Virtual Hydlide is due a reappraisal, because I think this does a lot of things that modern games do, such as an arrow pointing you in the next direction. Making combat not the only way to level up. In fact, combat doesn't level you up at all. You level up by completing goals throughout the game. Oh, the Apple Bandai Pippin. That was 96. I may have been looking at how much a used Pippin goes for. I do not plan to buy one, because they're like $600. They were expensive then, and they're expensive now. but it would be neat to have one. If I ever saw one at a local store for under $400, I would probably need to get it. No, the next console I pick up, I have committed, I'm going to get like a PC Engine Duo, region modded, so I can have full access to the entire TurboGrafx, PC Engine, Super CD, arcade card library. That is my biggest blind spot in gaming, so I am seeking to rectify that. So that's my next console pickup plan. Though, I am still waiting on the CD laser assembly to come in so I can fix my CDI. I'm quite impatient because every single unit that I could have bought of a CDM 12.1 is the assembly. Minimum is going to come in like mid-July. Because they're just like new stock parts from a factory in China that they're going to slap on a boat and it's going to take a month to get here. I did order one already. It's on the way. But it's going to be a while until we have real hardware CDI streams. I have the hardware, the system's working, the controller's working, the battery is still good. Battery's still okay. It boots. It's just the laser is no good. And I knew that when I bought it. That's why I bought it, in fact, because I knew the cost of the CDI I was buying plus the part to repair it was going to be much cheaper than just buying a working one. And I don't mind getting my hands dirty and taking apart consoles and fixing things. I've done that for many of my consoles. In fact, almost every console I own, I have opened up to repair or clean at some point. So, I highly recommend that to all of you, by the way. If you haven't used a console in a while, it's not a bad idea. Disassemble it, blow it out with some, compressed air. Keep things nice and working. Right, our consoles are old and getting back pain. Oh, speaking of, I don't know if you just heard the sound my neck made, but it was not good. I hope that didn't pick up on the microphone, because that would be concerning. And Panis, I'm so glad that Virtual Hydlide has a really good soundtrack, so that we're not subjected to a 30-second loop of of Virtual Indiana Jones theme. Anyway, let's get the backstory of Hydlide. Many souls are born blessed to enjoy life in the world of fantasy, the dream world. Oh, Caleb, you gotta get a new battery for the PSP because those bulge out. Those things they're gonna pop. Actually, new shells, like new housings for your PSP entirely, are really cheap. Like, you can get them for $20 online, and taking yours apart and putting it into a new shell is really easy to do. I just did that with my PSP 2000 recently, as well as installing a new screen. Fantastic. Now, I do need to say, this manual is not as good as the Super Hydlide manual, because the Super Hydlide manual includes the incredible line reminding you that you, the player, and the character in the game are different people, and to not get them confused. So, I have 2 Vita TVs, actually, Caleb. One I've just left totally stock, and the other I have, custom firmwared, so that I can play, any PS1, PSP, PS Vita games on it. I think that counts well enough as real hardware because there is essentially just the hardware for a PSP inside the PS Vita. The code is being executed in the same way. You're just not limited to the format of the UMD, which is a frankly wretched format. I say this though, even though I have my PSP literally next to me in my hand right now, that I play fairly regularly. I think you'd all be so shocked what game is in my PSP currently. Who can guess what game is currently in my PSP? Because I am the most predictable man on the planet. It is indeed Hot Shots Golf Open Tee Volume 2. Or just Open Tee 2. It's the second Hot Shots Golf game on the PSP. The PSP was a very good handheld. But I have my original model Vita. I have 2 Vita TVs. I'm in good shape with my Sony handhelds. But yes, Hydlide. We're not Jim Hydlide. Sorry, I gotta break it to everybody. We're not Jim Hydlide. No matter how much we want to be. But the dream world, also called Fairyland in earlier Hydlide titles. Surrounded by a warm glow, this ideal world is a garden paradise, full of green trees and colorful flowers. Fluttering about this garden are small winged creatures we call fairies. Oh, I always wanted a PSP Go, DJ Amamiya. It's like, they're not great, but they're so neat. Like, the form factor's so cool. Yeah, it could howl, but then I would have to admit that the PSP is retro, and I'm not yet prepared to do that. Also, I did say no handhelds for the golf stream, because then that would be adding in, like, a dozen Game Boy games, Game Boy Advance games, more Game Gear games, a Neo Geo Pocket Color game that I couldn't even capture. It would be a whole mess if I included handhelds. A Virtual Boy game that I can't capture. The marathon is going to continue. I'm likely looking at August, and it might be a 24-hour stream. I might just do a full day. Get as much in as I can. Oh, that's plenty of space for music. I kind of miss having a discrete MP3 player. Oh, don't worry, Chaotic Claw. I've done those before. Everyone thought this paradise would go on forever, until one day total darkness fell upon the dream world. Then as suddenly as the darkness came, the evil Prince of Darkness, Varus, appeared. His name's actually Varalus, but it even says Varalus in game. They just get it wrong in the manual. Prince Varus was determined to seal off the dream world's source of power, crystal energy, and thus sent his evil Black Knights to assassinate the guardian of the crystal energy, Princess Anne. To save her world, Princess Anne fought off the overwhelming troops of Black Knights for as long as she could, but even she was not powerful enough to defeat them. Desperate to save their princess, the Elder Fairy risked his own life and used the transformation spell as a last resort effort to save Princess Anne. In an instant, Princess Anne was transformed into 3 different fairies and disappeared into the empty sky above. Which is just the same story you see in the prologue for NES Hydlide. You see Varus show up, or Varalus, breathe fire at the princess, and she splits into 3 fairies. And as it says here, unique features of Virtual Hydlide. It boasts, Virtual Hydlide is a perfect 3D reproduction of the original. The hit title, Hydlide, is back again, only this time in 3D. Even the monsters and the different worlds from the original are all back. From the angle of the lighting to the player's point of view to the realistic sound, gamers alike will appreciate the realism of this title. Combination of real images and computer graphics to create realistic worlds. The geographical features, the texture mapping, and the monsters that prowl the surface were rendered using real-time calculations and high-performance workstations. To create the main character, images of a real person were taken in a studio to produce realistic movements throughout the game. Right? It's trying to sell us on the game once we've presumably already bought it. I will say, though, my copy of Virtual Hydlide does not have the manual. So, I'm happy to read it. Experience a new adventure every time. A first for 3D-type games. Virtual Hydlide contains a World Create function that allows players to experience a new world each time a game is started. With over 40 billion combinations, it's almost impossible to play the same game twice. However, for those who do want to play the same game again, just enter the code for that particular game. Plus, 2 or more people can play the same world by simply entering an identical code. Honestly, that is a super cool feature. High scoring. To make the game more yeah, the race will all be using the same seed. That's the only fair way to do it. And chat will likely be the one choosing it. So you all can choose the seeds I used tonight. High scoring. To make the game more enjoyable, a scoring system is now in place. How many of you have heard of an RPG with a scoring system before? Scoring will depend on several different factors. Time taken to finish the game, the amount of gold pieces collected, the number of stages cleared, the degree of difficulty, and how the game ended. Challenge your friends and see who can make the High Score Hall of Fame. We will be playing on easy, because that is the fastest way to play. That's what speedrunners do. The controls. L and R, press to walk sideways, left and right, so that's your strafe. The D-pad moves forward, back, left, right. Start starts the game. Z opens the inventory, goes back. So Saturn has XYZ ABC buttons for anybody not familiar. Y brings up the map screen. Going to the map screen to turn is actually like a pro strat for going faster in the game sometimes. Oh, they have the diagram with the wretched Model 1 Saturn US controller. I am using the Saturn 3D pad, because that's my favorite Saturn controller. And the X button does so many other things. It lets you run, turn around quickly, read a sign, open a treasure chest, pick up items, flip a switch, investigate walls, and other various movements. C is your quick attack, B is your powerful attack, A to defend, B and C together. It was wretched mostly because the shape and shoulder buttons were really unpleasant to use compared to the Japanese Saturn pad, the US Model 2 Saturn pad, which is literally perfect. They just made needless changes to make it look cooler for the US market, and the D-pad's not as comfortable to use either. The D-pad's very strange. Quick start, yeah, we know how to do this. You create the world, you start the game, use your compass. Oh, here's another thing. You might think the stand still to, let your health recover is a thing from modern games. Wrong! That's from the original Hydlide, circa 40 years ago. And this one, circa 30 years ago, does the same thing. If you stand absolutely still, Jim will cross his arms and recover his health. Now, they don't explicitly call him Jim Hydlide in this one, which is really a shame. In the original, he is explicitly named Jim. I think more RPGs should have guys with totally normal names. But know what? We know the rest. We can just get into it now. I'm champing at the bit. I want to get into it. So let me pull up both the TV and the feed. Ooh, Adol versus Jim. I think Adol's going to win that fight. But realistically, they wouldn't fight. They would be best friends in adventure. They would be buddies and hang out. That's my headcanon, at least. Yeah, Chaz definitely would be named Charles, because that's just a normal nickname. I'm trying to think other good, just normal guy names in RPGs. You've got Benjamin in Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. You've got Brian in Quest 64. I think it was always Jim. Hold on, I gotta turn my Saturn on. Which is behind me. I do love the Saturn intro animation, but it's not as good as the PlayStation's. Also, I have my Saru in, but we're just going to say load game disc, because I have Virtual Hydlide. Saturns aren't that uncommon. You can get a Saturn pretty easily. Though I got my Saturn a very long time ago, It was not expensive at all. By not expensive at all, I mean, I think I paid $30 for my Saturn. Let's enjoy this opening cutscene. I don't have Dragon Force, though I could just put it on my Saru. Honestly, if you buy a broken Saturn for $30 and you know what's wrong with it, you could either slap an ODE in there, or you don't even need that anymore. Get a Saturn with a broken disk drive, get a Saru for about $65, which is the incredible, essentially, flash card that emulates not just the disk drive, but the entire boot sequence of the Saturn. There we go, Princess Anne has been turned into 3 fairies. Simple as that. And now, Dream World, Fairyland lies in ruin, and it's up to us, Jim Hydlide, to save the day. It does emulate the ROM cart, which is pretty amazing. There's one ODE solution. Yep, the Saru works on all regions. Here, that's the product. Let me find the exact link that I got my Saru from, because I got it from AliExpress. The great thing about the Saru is because it is an open source solution, multiple manufacturers produce them. I bought one that uses no reclaimed chips at all. You don't have to if you don't want to. Oh, there's a bunch of stores. I'm just going to find the exact link to the one I got, because I've absolutely loved it. I don't know why so many people are down on AliExpress. You can get incredible stuff there, like components, at incredibly good prices. Okay, here's the exact Saru. After shipping, it came out to $75.04. Like, you can't beat that. Especially considering the nearest alternative, the Satiator, is 3 times the price. Like, it's a no-brainer. Temu is 100% trash. That's garbage. Oh, the price has actually gone down since I bought it. Maybe shipping. Yeah, after shipping this, looks like it would only be about $60 now for the same Elite Edition that I bought. Let me see if I can get a link to the product here. Give me just a second. Okay, yeah, here we go. So this is the exact Saru that I use. If you got a Saturn with a bum disk drive, would be 100%. Like, that's what you want to do. And there is a little setup, to get it, all configured and working. But it's really not much. Any even slightly technically savvy person can do it. It's not difficult. Also, here's the menu for Virtual Hydlide, which has one of the cooler features I've ever seen. You can force it to throw up color bars so you can calibrate your TV. It's pretty neat. I wouldn't buy one of those, Panis, because one of the things I love about the Saru is that, unlike most ODE solutions, which is an optical drive emulator, the disk drive is left totally intact. So for me, the game is just running off the disk drive here. As normal. I didn't need to replace anything. So difficulty, we're going to put it on easy. There is also a pro mode you can unlock, but we're not going to do that. Going to create a new world. What should my world seed be? Things do load remarkably faster with the Saru. It also makes it very easy to load up, like fan translations. Ooh, you know what? I like using my own name. I've never done that. And we can go between uppercase and lowercase, I believe. Nope, we can't. Hey, Sardus, how's it going? Great game alert. Are you excited for Saturday? I know I am. I'll go with the exclamation point. Hey, Marigold, how's it going? Let's see. Oh, is there no exclamation? We'll just go plain bloom? Question mark? I kind of like that. Wait, do I not have a question mark option? I've sworn I did. Oh well. It's genuinely, Marigold, I think it is a good game. Like, I like this game a lot, not making a joke. It is creating our adventure right now. One of over 40 billion combinations as advertised in the manual. That's a lot of combinations. So, here we are. We want to run or go faster. We hold down the X button. Y brings up our map, and we can see where things are already. So that flashing dot is our first destination, which is a graveyard. And within that graveyard, we're going to find a crucifix and an amethyst. Yes, it does, Marigold. It advertises itself, in fact, as the first 3D type game to include such. Now, you might see all these slimes out and about and think, oh, I need to fight them. You do not. In fact, not only do you not gain anything, you don't gain anything but score, I believe, from fighting. So your best solution most of the time is to just run past enemies. Now, I am going to check what this dot is, because there's a chance it could be the forest in which I can find a fairy. It is not. That looks like the trial dungeon, which is, I believe, our third location. So we are gonna run kind of the long way around here. Oh yeah, Elite does predate this, but I think there's a certain difference in the 3D type game being talked about. Now, this is texture mapped 3D polygons. Very advanced. Whoop, that tree's trying to fight me. Okay, that's the Vampire Mansion. That's pretty close to our graveyard. That's good. That's going to be the second place we go. NES Elite Stream, never. I don't have a PAL NES, and it would only run on a PAL NES. It can only run at 50 hertz. Otherwise, it is simply too fast, and the code execution would not work properly. It's honestly kind of neat. This has all our main points of interest quite close together. That's going to be the entry to the fire caves. Yep, which I believe you will die if you try to go into without... What's it say? Danger! Red heat kills you. Good to know. Let's check out what's on the other side here. I love it, Nekorin. But also, I have a Virtual Hydlide race coming up on Saturday. So I've got to practice a little. That is absolutely Jim friggin' heck. On Saturn Day. What the hell was Sega of America thinking when they threw out, you know, Saturn Day? And I think this is the mine. I've got everything like super close together here. Yep, I need the Flute of Zaldis for that. It is literally Saturn's Day. No, but the Sega Saturn was going to launch... Oh, 10 frames is being very generous, Chair. But yeah, the Saturn was literally going to launch. There was a whole big Saturn Day event planned for 1995. And then Sega of America had to go throw it all away by saying, surprise, at, you know, May of E3 1995, surprise, it's out at select retailers now. And you know who that pissed off? Every other retailer and developer who had planned on supporting the Saturn. So if you ever wondered Why you never saw a Saturn at a Walmart. That's why. Walmart were so mad at Sega. Yeah, and then Sony just went on stage and said $299, and really it was over. Sega of Japan, you and Sega of America had an extremely dysfunctional relationship that ultimately damaged your company greatly. Why did you do that? Also, here in the graveyard, we can find some weapons on the ground, which we can pick up. Bernie Stoller dropped the ball with the RAM cartridge. X-Men vs. Street Fighter could have expanded the market, to quote Del the Funky Homo Sapien. How heavy is this sword? Gotta unequip my armor to equip this sword. Oh, it's cursed! Well, we've got the dark sword now. We can't unequip it. At least it looks cool. So what we need to do here is check each of the big graves. Also, there's going to be items strewn around the ground, which we don't know what they do yet. Oh, is that the... Which armor is that? Can't use it. Poison. Nice. Yeah, so we're going to want to check... Well, actually, we can see exactly where to go. But there are two things we need to find here. One is the crucifix, which is this. That's going to give us our first level up. But we also need to find an amethyst in here, because there are 3 holy gems that you kind of need to beat the game. One is in here, another is in the volcanic caves, and the last of them is in the Lost Castle power unit. Also, that's what some enemies look like. They're kind of gnarly and cool. There's our amethyst. Seriously, I do love how stuff looks in this game. They look super cool when you kill them. I'm doing great, Rad. How are you? Let's see. Any more items hanging out on the ground? If not, it turns out my own name is not a Great World Seed. Oh, that's the special attack the Dark Sword can do, which I believe it converts your score into energy. Jim will get armor eventually. It's not right now. I think that's some gold on the ground. Oh no, a club. It's not going to be helpful. Disney, you single-handedly messed up copyright law so badly that works no longer enter the public domain until long after they should have. Now, there are Phantasy Stars on Saturn, but it's just collections of the old ones. So we have our crucifix now. Let's drop this club because we're not going to need it. I can equip the leather armor again because I did level up, so now the amount I can hold has gone up. If I stand still for a sec, Jim will cross his arms and my health will go back up. And that's all we needed in the graveyard. We are now going to go to the vampire's castle, where we are going to have to ponder several orbs, after which point we can go fight the, the vampire himself, who makes the best face when you hit him. He looks so affronted. It's really, really lovely. I genuinely love this extremely choppy run across the landscape. I find it incredibly endearing. Oh, gaming ads from the 90s were absolutely wild, Neko Rin. No matter where in the world you were. 90s and 2000s gaming ads were quite the thing. It is not the same map, because this map is randomized, though it does work in the same way. Which is that it wraps around either side, top and back. The original Hydlide was just a 5x5 grid, which is quite a small game world when you consider that, you know, the original Zelda was 128 screens, and Hydlide was 25, and came out several years later. Or at least the NES port did. This game will kill you. Let's go into the Vampire Manor here. There we go. Yeah, part of it also, Skullcrow, was that they didn't have, you know, presence in the US to leverage marketing or retail connections or anything like that. And by the time there was a company basically dedicated for doing just that, Turbo, whatever it was called, didn't matter. So this is a weird mansion layout this time. Can I point out that the clock, the ticking you hear actually is correctly synchronized with the pendulum? Oh, is that new emote thing? I don't know if it's working on my... Oh, it's working. I only see it on the... I have my OBS open, but don't have the main thing. Thank you for the bits, guys. Oh, we've got some armor on the ground. Can I wear it? Oh, it was just another leather armor. I don't need that. So we can actually look through the window into the other room, and it does work as a window ought to. It's pretty neat. Right, it came out in '87 in Japan and '91 in North America. People were already well acquainted with 16-bit. Even then, though, the NES had such a huge market advantage. Let's see, what swords can we find? Look, Jim will get better armor, don't you worry. Yeah, it's really an 8-bit console with, you know, a 16-bit graphics card. Who cares, though? The games are awesome. I hope this is a Scroll of Purify. Scroll of Curse. Nope. That will actively also curse me. Oh, that's funny. Well, let's drop this dark sword. Let's check out the other chest in the room. Yeah, this turns out my own name is a terrible world seed. Oh, but some gold pieces. That's nice. Oh, wait, there's one more chest. No orbs yet. No, there's going to be 5 we need to ponder. Right, a very useful scroll. Let's see, a tranquilizer. I think that's if you get paralyzed, you can use the tranquilizer. Or no, that's if you get frantic, maybe? Yes, I know Dragon Crystal. That is a pretty early roguelike game for consoles. Oh, you know, I meant to show off Robinson's Requiem on one of my 3DO streams, but I never got around to it. Come here, bats. Yeah. Sometimes the camera goes a little wacky if you're in a bad spot. So the beds look phenomenally uncomfortable in this mansion. One of the pro strats you can use in this game is using the map screen to turn faster than you could otherwise. Okay, here's one of the orbs we gotta ponder. We gotta find 5 of those throughout the mansion, I believe, to unlock the confrontation with the vampire, for which you will want to remember to equip the crucifix. Now, I am not a speedrunner of this game by any means. If you want to watch a serious speedrunner of this game, Zophar, of, Zophar's Domain fame, I believe has been the world record holder in this game. I don't know if he is currently. But he occasionally streams on Twitch Virtual Hydlide runs. I haven't played the new one yet, Nekorin, but it looks great. Let's see. Herb of Antidote. That's if I get poisoned. We've got another orb we can ponder here. There we go. It's really fun, Meaty Spag. Like, it is actually a fairly quick adventure. Because the things you need to do are actually very clearly laid out. And it makes for a fun adventure that's going to be a little bit different every time you play it. I've actually turned to this game a number of times as just something to play while I'm, like, watching somebody else's stream. Because I just genuinely like this game. Please be a scroll of Purge. There we go. Now I can equip other weapons. I can still use that dark sword. It's still equipped, it's just not cursed anymore. Seed finally behaving a little bit. Watch the next sword I pick up be be cursed as well. This game does have very good vibes, Giop. I wish people hadn't had their mental well so poisoned by, like, the AVGN video. Because, yeah, it's really easy to make fun of this game because of the way it runs and the kind of goofy way Jim here walks around. But none of that matters. One, the way he walks around, I find endearing. But despite the low frame rate, Control is surprisingly responsive, and it's a fascinating game when you consider that this came out in 1980 or 1995 based on a game from 1984. There's so much it's doing that's weirdly forward-thinking. I don't know how anybody who played this seriously could put it on a, like, worst games list. Because it wouldn't be for a lack of ambition, you know? Near bats. There we go, and we got another orb to ponder. Ooh, a tool. That could be a number of things. It could be Riley, but genuinely... Oh, a Stone of Fighter. That's great. That gives a +1 to a weapon. We're going to save that for the Sword of Light at the end of the game, which is the strongest weapon in the game, and pretty much the only one that damages Varus seriously. Right, and I'm not saying this game doesn't have flaws, but that I don't think, you know, the flaws of this game impede my enjoyment of it at all. Because what, it runs kind of slow? I don't care. You should have seen how I used to play computer games as a kid. Oh, Chiller is one of the absolute worst games I've ever played, Dan. And I've played it both ways. I have played an original arcade cab of Chiller, which are exceedingly rare. And I've also played the unlicensed NES port. And both are terrible. Not just terrible as games, but terrible, like, reprehensible. And I don't usually moralize about, games like that. Right, but it's nothing. Like, you're shooting people who are already, like, hooked up in torture devices. There's no attraction there. There's no fun. It's the most, like, bland, tasteless attempt to be edgy. It doesn't do anything. You know? And it's even the novelty of, a game that violent that's that old doesn't hold for more than, like, a minute. Alright, that should spell the power holding the vampire door. I'm gonna check the last 2 rooms anyway, just in case there's good gear. In the race on Saturday, I will not be going at such a leisurely pace as this. That's a real bummer, Skullcrow. Were you able to... Is there like a save editor for the game you could have employed? Because I know some games have that. Yeah, let's see what's in these chests. Bunch of gold. Now there is one item shop in the overworld. And if I find it, I will use it to, probably to buy Stone of Fighter. Hey, thank you for the follow, Tomato Knight. Ooh, let's see, what kind of ring did we get? Ring of Spirit. Recover life as you walk. That's pretty neat, but I'm going to keep the Ring of Power for now, which increases my encumbrance. It doesn't make you stronger. Oh, same Skullcra. Like the way, a lot of us played PC games as kids would seem, I think, unthinkable to a lot of people now, but you played with what you had. So really funny thing about this fight and all the voice lines in the game, I'm pretty sure they are all lines from the golf games, but played backwards and slowed down. Also, look at the face he makes when you hit him. It's magnificent. Also, this guy's a total chump. You just rush him. He looks so stunned that you have the audacity to hit him. It's literally on the same engine as Pebble Beach Golf Links, Karn. Same company, same engine. That was part of their pitch here. Was that, well, we already have the engine, so why not remake Hydlide? Oh, he's totally inaudible. Imagine Hydlide Golf. I don't have to, Meaty Spag. I'm playing it. I would love if Jim Hydlide was an Easter egg in Pebble Beach Golf Links, but... Now, the tool we just got is either going to be a magic lamp or super magic lamp, which just lights up the area around you. We're going to need that for our next dungeon. I don't think there's a difference between them, apart from... Nice, I can wear plate armor now. Because you can see my carry max and my equip max are different, but they go up the stronger you get. Gonna re-equip the Ring of Power. Oh, wouldn't that be wonderful if that was the case? Or one of the caddies, maybe. Maybe... something just struck me like a lightning bolt. So in almost all of T&E Soft's golf games on Saturn, except the US version of Pebble Beach, which has Craig Stadler, your caddy will say things like, nice par, or, nice birdie, clearly pre-recorded word by word. But the way the caddy delivers them, he sounds like he's being held at gunpoint, and it's always in English. even in the Japanese-only ones like Waile no Kiseki 36 Extra Holes, or the Japanese version of Hyper Golf The Devil's Course 3D. The actor for Jim here could very well be the same person they hired for that. It's entirely possible. Oh, now you're just making me want to play Dark Cloud 2. Oh, and hey, our trial dungeon is right here. This is the Dark Underground Dungeon, which technically you can go through without getting the lamp, but I don't know why you would. Don't mistake recklessness for courage. We're just going to step on here. Whoop! I had to draw the line and not include, whatchamacallit, games that featured golf as mini-games in my golf tier list. Which meant that I had to sadly rule out Dark Cloud 2. Which is a game I otherwise very much like. Now, we have very annoying will-o'-the-wisps in this dungeon. I usually run right by them. I am including Kirby's Dream Course, and I found my cartridge of it. However, we can spend some of our score to send a projectile after these will-o'-wisps. And honestly, that's kind of worth it. Don't need the club. But yeah, my copy of Kirby's Dream Course, I was doing some, just, spring cleaning, house organization type stuff. And it was in an unrelated box that didn't have gaming stuff in it. So I did find it. So I will be doing that in part 2 of the big golf stream. Now, on higher difficulty levels, the map is not already filled out. However, I think playing on the easier difficulties just makes this game more fun. Also, did you notice the little puff of light when I killed that will-o'-wisp? The game does have essentially real-time 3D lighting. Which is kind of awesome. I did also hear some kobolds skittering around, who surprisingly for a Japanese game in this one do not look dog-like, but instead like little goblin-y things. Oh, I've played NHL 98. I know, Riley. Also, if I was trying to be quick with it here, I wouldn't be fighting at all. I'd just be going head down, run, turn, run, just straight past everything like this. But I've kind of, been having fun taking my time. Because really, rather than practicing being fast, I just want to go through the game a couple times tonight. Reacquaint myself with the general flow of the adventure, know where the items I need to get are, because even though it's randomized, some things will always be the same. Like the amethyst will always be in the cemetery, the emerald will always be in the Lost Control Power Unit, the red diamond will always be in the volcanic caves. So there are constants, and the Sword of Light is in the Lost Control Power Unit, Lost Castle Power Unit, whatever it's called. The area where the game's frame rate hits its absolute lowest, if you can believe that. So this is among the smoother areas. We're gonna find out who the true Virtual Hydlide master is on Saturday. Drop and I have raced each other in this game. Scroll of Judgment gives you the ability to judge unknown items. That could be useful. Alright. So the end of this dungeon, there's no fight. You just get there and there's 2 treasures, and you just take them. It's pretty nice. One of them are going to be Spectacles of Truth, I believe. which will let us see the entrance to the next dungeon. So I'm going to go ahead and save. It's a good idea to always maintain your saves as you play. Now that we got a level up, let's equip our shield. I'm too heavily equipped. Hey, thank you, Psycho Lopez. It's the only even prime number, you're right. Necessarily must be so. Let's see, do I want leather and a shield? Ooh, it's the dragon shield. It's a very good shield, in fact. And it looks cool, too. I would love a Virtual Hydlide HD. But, you know, still do it with digitized actors. It's gotta be 4K sprites. You know, it's gotta look like this, but in high def. I don't want it to be improved in terms of, like, I don't want fully rendered 3D characters. There we go. I do love that the map is one of the faster ways to navigate in this game. Get out of my way, Kobold. I gave you the right to hurt me. It is actually quite easy to take damage quickly in this game if you get into a bad situation. Why the best answer in most situations is run. You can also use the shoulder buttons while running to kind of, you know, angle your run a bit. It's helpful. It's almost weird how prevalent that is, Panis. Ocarina of Time was 20 frames per second. I will say 20 is remarkably smoother than this. Like, much, much smoother. Alright, so our next destination. Actually, I'm going to equip the spirit ring so I can heal while I run. 20 is much better than 2. So I don't need to have the lamp equipped anymore. We are going to be equipping the Spectacles of Truth soon. I believe PAL Ocarina was 17. I don't know how gamers in PAL regions did it. I wouldn't have been able to, I don't think. Seeing, like, PAL region Sonic the Hedgehog is so painful. There we go, and because of what we equipped, we can heal while we run there. No, the whole point is the world is dead now, Lord Floof. Princess Anne has been split up into 3 different fairies, and we've got to rescue her to restore Fairy World. They've never known any better. Look at me weaving through the trees. My mad strafing skills. Oh. There we go. Let's cross this little bridge. I will say, at the time, this game did make for handsome screenshots. I really think people would love it if that were the case, Howl. A lot of people can't... Yeah, no, it is a remake of the original Hydlide. Thank you for the follow, Lightos. And Ansama, how you doing? Also, because we have the Spectacles of Truth equipped here, we can find the entrance to this labyrinth, which we otherwise would not be able to. So in here, I'm trying to remember, I think this is where we get the flame ring that's going to protect us from the red cave. we didn't go berserk from Doom mode. Hey, thank you, Light Toss. I am right now playing what is actually one of my favorite Saturn games, the oft-maligned Virtual Hydlide. Oh, you know what? I'm going to use a scroll of detect here, which should show me all of the treasure chests in the area. Yeah, there we go. The other place to use that is really the final dungeon, the castle power unit. Now, if we took these glasses off, we actually wouldn't be able to see the entrance to some of what look like closed-off rooms here. Also, there are monster spawners in this dungeon that can't be destroyed, so you just gotta kind of live with them. Let's check first. The entrance could be over here. One of these will end up being a false wall. Okay, so it's going to be the other way to let us into that central area. One of the kind of nice things about this game is, unlike a lot of other action RPGs, there is no grinding for experience, for levels, for anything. Because the entire game is... yeah, there we go. The undetectable entrance. But because the game is all based on completing certain goals, we are over encumbered. Let's see what the sword we got is. Too heavily equipped. Let's unequip that for now. The Master Sword, very nice. That is a better sword than the Dark Sword. We're going to drop that. Fortunately, it is quite heavy, so we cannot equip our shield again. And we are very close to our max carry weight. I don't want to drop the plate armor. Drop the dagger. We're okay for now. Look at this sword. Doesn't have as cool a special attack, but it does have a stab. So no projectile, but it's still quite useful. Farming enemies until score counter overflows. We're just not gonna fight that. There is also... the entrance won't be over here, I don't think. So you can actually see there are traps within this dungeon. Oh, no projectile attack here. So the reason it's red, friggin' heck, is because we are wearing an item called the Spectacles of Truth. I think I've got to go this way. No, hold on. Yep. And that will let us see through holes in the wall. Let's kill this roper. Those can poison us, so it's good to be careful, but... why is the truth red? Look, don't ask questions you're not equipped for the answer. It kind of does, Boniface, but that's part of what I love about it. The thing that's amazing to me is that the world of we need a video game sound effect is still somehow stuck in, Atari times. Yeah, Zelda just stole the lens of truth from this. But you know what I mean? You'll see on a TV program where somebody's like, oh, we're those kids, whatever, playing a video game. And it's still, Atari-era sound effects coming out of the TV, and it's like... what year do you guys think it is? What do you think video games sound like? Also, I You can see the pressure plate for that trap on the floor. I just ran right into it and almost died. Yeah, right, blips and bloops on a PS4 somehow. Maybe they're playing the Atari 50 collection. Right, clearly playing Metroid. All video games are Atari 2600 Pac-Man. That's a game even I don't think I can go to bat for. It's not the worst, but it's pretty bad. I am Spoon because I'm actually racing it on Saturday with 3 other VTubers. Ms. Pac-Man on the 2600 is actually really, really good. But, yeah, regular old Pac-Man, nah. It's not very good. And there are a lot of Atari games I like. I know a lot of people who say, like, they can't bring themselves to go that far back in gaming. Right, Pac-Man is the one that, you know, should have sunk it. E.T. is not a bad game. I will go to bat for E.T. Regularly scheduled Woozle scolding. Let's see. Woozle, you used to call yourself the FromSoft Ferret, but gave up on completing the whole FromSoft catalog. What's up with that? You could have played great games like Evergrace 2, also known as Forever Kingdom. And a second Woozle scold. Ooh, Magic Sword. You know what? I'm actually going to take the Magic Sword and equip better armor. I think I would rather do that. This Magic Sword is still quick, still does good damage, and looks cool, and besides, our damage output isn't that important at present. Well, let me check this corner. Nothing there. Plus, I wanted to see my cool armor again. Actually, let's see. What is our damage output like with this thing? Oh, it's great. I don't know what I was worried about. Oh, but the second Woozle scold. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's just about how he doesn't bathe and he's nasty and stinky and ferrets are supposed to be clean. What's up with that? Oh, right, Paddle and Breakout or Kaboom? That's one of my favorite paddle games on Atari. That one's an all-timer. Say what you will about Activision nowadays, but Activision back then, they were cranking out the hits. I think this water heals me if I drink it. Yeah! Let's see, what sword is this? Just swords lying around all over in here. Is there a single employee left from the original Activision anymore? Fairy armor, let's go! Oh, this is some of the best armor in the game. Let's go! I don't know why I'm still carrying these at all. There we go. EA used to be an amazing company. Yeah, look at us. Now we're properly Jim Hydlide now. I mean, there was a time, I'd say well into the 2000s, when if you saw, you know, EA or Activision on the box, it was generally a sign that it was going to be a higher quality game than the average. And say what you will about, you know, sports titles. EA, their sports titles used to all be good. Sometimes the competition was better. Oh, Ubisoft for sure. Put out tons of great games. And published other good games too. Longsword +1. Yeah, I'll stick with the magic sword. Just because it's lightweight and cures poison. Seems like a good one to... You know, I don't like quadruple A games, in fact. Actually, no, Killer Bean is going to be the first quadruple A game. That's going to save gaming. I'm barely kidding. Oh my god, I loved the Strike series as a kid. As an adult, looking at it, it's like, the optics of these games are really not good. That's questionable. But you don't think about those things when you're a kid. I just thought, ooh, isometric 3D helicopter game. This is sick. Actually, what do I even want armor for? I have fairy armor. Gamer brain where I see shiny thing and have to pick it up. There we go. So the tool we got this time, I believe, is the Flame Ring. Yep, Flame Amulet. And that is going to let us survive in the next area. I wish I had the item Fairy Tears, because that warps you back to the start of a dungeon. But instead, we're just going to run. Also, this is a good time to save. Whoops. You can save at any time in this game, which is really nice. Oh, Microsoft's behavior lately with, you know, buying studios pretty much just to close them. It's like what EA used to do. Think of how many great studios used to exist that don't anymore. Because EA bought them and then, you know, closed them down right away. I mean, Microsoft now does it more than EA. And Activision just buys companies to put them to work in, like, the Call of Duty content mines. Raven Software never to make an original game ever again. Much as I wish they would. Ow. Jim just walks it off. What's a little getting stabbed by spikes to a hero like Jim? I sincerely hope that, Can I exit this place without the Spectacles of Truth on? We're gonna find out. No, I sincerely hope that Valve never, ever goes public. I want them to remain a private company for all time, because the second they go public, it's over. The second they have to answer to shareholders. No, French, for purposes of geopolitics, Western world is a very outdated and nebulous term, but it would include, like, anyone in the European Union. Doesn't strictly mean Anglosphere countries. Yeah, but if Valve were to go public, enshittification is such a good term for it. There, that was the path I needed to go down. Now, on the highest difficulty settings that this game has, there is simply no in-game map, so you need to find every place on your own, and then you would need to make your own map when you're going through it. Which I feel could certainly be a fun challenge in its own right, though it's not one I have any real desire for. Right, I think indie versus corporate is a better term now. There we go. So I believe now we need to go to the Flame Dungeon. Which means I'll need to put on the Flame and correct. Yeah, no, Western doesn't just mean the Americas. it's a fairly outdated term. It's the same as like terms like first world, second world, third world are very outdated, but they're hedged in like Cold War era geopolitics. It's a very unhelpful term. Let's equip our flame amulet and go get ourselves in some hot water. There's just a little pond here. I don't think I've seen that in one of these maps before. Yeah, the current state of most AAA game development now is so obviously unsustainable, with the amount of money being spent, where games will come out that will sell millions of copies, be well received, and do well, and be deemed financial failures because they didn't generate enough revenue quickly enough for shareholders. That sucks. I think everybody can agree that sucks. And it's not even, a case of like, even stuff like Call of Duty. Now it exists, to have a game as a service model to extract as much value from consumers as possible, as quickly as possible. When even, within the past console generation, you would still have, regular, campaign-focused games coming out. Oh no, consumers do share some of the blame for this. Don't get me wrong. If you keep buying season passes, they're gonna keep making season passes. Stop buying them. Don't do it. We've got cool living armors here. We're gonna need to find one chest down here somewhere that contains a red diamond. Not even give me more content for free. Just don't even give me more content. Give me a completed game. Or, if you're going to do a season pass or DLC, do it in the expansion pack format. Yeah, that kind of thing, AOD, where something was profitable, was well received, and somehow is still deemed a failure because it didn't meet some, internal expectation. That really sucks. And it's like the idea of a middle market for a game where it doesn't need to target a huge audience, it just needs to land well with its target audience and, be successful there. That concept has almost completely evaporated outside of, maybe the indie space. Right. Or Square Enix being like, the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth Part 2, didn't sell enough, even though it was one of the best-selling games of the past couple years, because they somehow expected it to sell 10 million copies or something? I don't know. I don't know what they were expecting. So it is quite hard to see where you're going in this dungeon. I'm standing on fire, so I'm going to heal myself quickly. Yeah, we need 2 for every PS5 out there. I can't believe that the PS5 has been out for, 4 years now? And there's still nothing that I'm personally interested in here. But yeah, the PS5 has no games joke is honestly, it's even better than the PS3 has no games joke. Right. Every business decision being, based on the lie that number can always go up. Number can't always go up. Make a good product that meets expectations, covers its costs, and makes a sustainable profit for your company. That should be your goal. But it's not. Oh god, the silly, like, door wedge-looking PS4 Pro. Where are the treasure chests? I need treasures. So how quickly will I die if I take off the flame amulet? Can I equip the lamp at the same time? Oh, I can. There we go. That's much better. I can see now. I was laboring in the dark for no reason before. I forgot that I can have the amulet and look at stuff at the same time. Let's check this way first, because that's not the final way to go. And needing a lamp in the fire cave seems counterintuitive. Got a knife. The scroll. Not going to want to keep the knife, so let's drop that. The scroll of curse will actively curse me. No, I don't want any of these. It's got to be one of the developers, Psycho Vulpes. I would love to know who it is, because I really hope that they know how much joy their work has brought others. There is actually a reason to keep poison herbs if you get an item that can convert them into other stuff, but I'm not going to bother with any of that. Also, I got to tell you, the boss of this area is super cool looking. Like, I think you're going to be really impressed. Because they just took a bitchin' 3D render and made it move. And honestly, I wish more games looked like it. I would love to see, has any developer tried a modern take on this graphical style of high-quality digitizations of photos or, you know, high-quality renders as the basis of the graphics for their game? I would love to see a modern take on this. Yeah, no, the soundtrack in this game is really good. And there's a lot of different music, unlike NES Hydlide, which has about 3 minutes of music in total if we're being generous. Really don't want to stand on the red spots on the floor. Okay, that armor just decided not to fight me. That's just as well. Just run through the cave at top speed. Surely that won't be a bad idea. Has the Indiana Jones theme, and almost nothing else. And if I remember right, the victory theme of Hydlide NES is also an Indiana Jones ripoff, just of a different theme. I think it might be like Marion's theme or something that it's riffing on. So I actually love this game, King Joker. Which I know a few bars later in the main theme. I knew it was something else Indiana Jones. It's been about 2 years since I played the original to completion now. Tallahassee Jim. If you want faux Indiana Jones, the game I really ought to play is Armana no Kiseki on Famicom Disk System, which is Konami just made an Indiana Jones game with no permission. Look up some screenshots and you'll see what I mean. It's either Armana or Almana, Almana. So the thing with this King Joker is, despite the game running poorly, I actually really love the way the adventure is structured and have a lot of fun playing it. I've played a little bit of it, DJ Amamiya, Because I have a Famicom Disk System now. So I tried it out a bit because there is an English patch for it. It's got that Konami quality. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Almana no Kiseki. Maybe I'll stream that one of these days because it's a neat game. It's a lot simpler than La Mulana. I know I should stream La Mulana at some point because it's very much up my alley, and I think I own it. I might own the remake that came out on Steam like 15 years ago, or whenever the Steam version came out. Right, he looks like Indy crossed with Bayou Billy. The Bayou Billy influence would be because, you know, it's Konami from the same time period. Can I check down here for a chest? Oh, no chest, just a hole. I still can't believe how badly Konami ruined Bayou Billy. What should have easily been like a high-quality NES game with multiple modes of play, you know, great graphics, great music. They turned it into one of the most unfun gameplay experiences I've ever had. There's a reason that at every retro game store you go to, you will see copies of Bayou Billy. It won't be more than $5. And you'll wonder, a Konami game? They made great games. Why is this one so cheap? And the answer is because they made it so prohibitively difficult that it's just not fun. Like, what should have been a great game. Hey, there's our red diamond. We needed that. Now we can run straight to the boss. Yeah, we made him wrong on purpose. Well, it's because Konami wanted to counter the rental market in the US. It was actually a very common thing in specifically the NES era, and somewhat into the Genesis and Super Nintendo, was that Japanese developers would make the international version of their game, you know, the one intended for, you know, the US market, drastically harder than the original to counter game rentals. Game rentals didn't exist in Japan. And Nintendo and other Japanese game companies, I believe, tried to sue in the US to make it illegal to rent their games. Because the way they saw it was depriving them of sales. They lost in court. But so it meant that they would make their games harder, so you couldn't beat them in a single rental. Or that was the intention. But in some cases, they overcorrected way too much. Because the Japanese game, Mad City, which was localized as Bayou Billy, it's actually very, very fun. And, you know, relatively easy. I beat it in about 40 minutes and had a really good time playing it, and have since replayed it a few times, not on stream, to see the other endings that the game has. I got more value out of the like $25 I spent to import a copy of Mad City than I got from the $5, you know, US version. I'm doing well though, Snowball. Yeah, removing continues, increasing damage. Right, imagine seeing the ending of Bayou Billy. Couldn't be me. Never seen it, never will. The driving stages alone. After a 6-hour stream of it, I got to the second driving stage in Bayou Billy and immediately died. That's exactly what I did, Sarduce. It's an actual playable game, and it's fun. Also, look how sick this boss is. Need to let him get close, and then I can just give him the business. It'd be better if I had one of the projectile swords still, but he'll come closer. Ow. Whoop! Oh, that's gone badly. Let's step back a touch. Find a nice spot. Whoop! Hold on. I am AOD. I have been following Coincidence Saga of playing that. Because I believe Coincident is now down to a single save on UV for Occuplock. It's the loading music for the cassette version. That's cool. We might have messed up this Mad Dragon fight a bit, class. There we go. We've just got to be really, really careful. This is a great example of what I shouldn't do. Oh, I'm dead. Nope, I'm fine. I wish I had kept a projectile weapon. Also, all of the heads have separate life bars. Just gotta wait for it to get closer again. Part of me wants to go try to find a safe spot to cross my arms and heal a bit, but don't think that's reasonable. Don't remember the last time I saved either. I think I did it after I got the red diamond. But I'd rather not take the chance. There we go. There's a couple good whacks. Oh yeah. We're getting there. We're gonna do it. It's gonna be tedious. Probably would have been faster to die and try again, but I don't give up. Even when I should. Come on, get a little closer. It's a very good shield. Nope, can't reach. I think one more step closer and I can get it. You gotta watch the bottom of the body down in the fire. There we go. Thank you for the follow, August Sa. So I just noticed all my sound alerts are broken. I almost made a fatal error there. Yeah, this is if Dark Souls was good. Also, Dark Souls 100% is a hide-like. I'm not even making a joke. Actually, one quite famous canceled game, Scalebound, was going to be Kamiya, I think Hideki Kamiya's big game on Xbox One, exclusive. The game he cited as his chief inspiration for that was actually Hydlide 3. I did hear that Dwarven Crusader. I'll be very curious to see what they do with it. Got one head. Yeah, Scalebound was influenced by the depth and difference of the systems in Hydlide 3 compared to anything Kamiya had ever played up to that point. Because you had to eat like twice a day in that game. You had to go to bed on time. And if you didn't, your character would get debilitatingly weak. And then managing, you know, the weight of everything you carried, it was all so new to the computer, you know, and console especially, RPG gaming scene. There's nothing else like it. It made a big impact on Japanese players at the time. Oh, it's getting greedy. Oh, come here. We're so close. I started the fight so brazenly, rushing in. This might sound weird to say. Shenmue, to me, still feels like a next-generation video game. Because it's one of those games that came out and really... There we go, we got it. Really said to the world, like, look at me, I am a new thing. That was close. I totally messed that fight up. I should have had it a lot quicker than that. And I need that. Thank you. That should be the Flute of Zaldis. Yup, sure is. Let's save. I hadn't saved since the ruins. That would have been bad. Now we can get out of here. Kind of wish I had some fairy tears because they make exiting dungeons much, much faster. Faster is better. But you work with what you've got. Just imagine if you were playing this without the map feature at all. Be a very different experience. It's the thing, though. You can make this game the way you want it. If you want that intensely difficult, you know, no safety rails at all kind of gaming experience, this can give it to you. You know, you can have to draw your own map for every single thing, including the overworld. And it'll be different every time you play. For a certain type of player, you know, that's all they want. Yeah, I can easily imagine... I don't actually know if Hidetaka Miyazaki, the, you know, Souls series director, has played a Hydlide game, but I'd be a little shocked if he hadn't. Or at the very least, he played games that were inspired by Hydlide. I mean, everybody did. It dominated, you know, the Japanese gaming landscape for a little while. Oh my god, that was so funny to watch, Dwarven Crusader. All the people having this trouble with the tutorial boss of Armored Core 6. It's like, really? You're stuck on that? Well, I think because a lot of people who have only played Souls games don't like the idea that they have to, you know, change their tactics and change their build and do something different instead of just trying to, you know, rush through it all bullheaded, if that makes any sense. You know, if something didn't work, change what you're doing. Try again after you change what you're doing, and it might go a lot easier for you. Oh, speaking of FromSoft, I'm pretty excited for the upcoming Shadows of the Erdtree DLC. Really, it feels wrong to me to call it DLC. It's an expansion pack. It's a proper expansion pack in the kind of, old sensibilities way. It used to be that, you'd finish a game and then months or a year later, an expansion pack would come out that the developers made after they made the game for people who really liked it and would like to play more of it. When was the last Tenchu game, even? I haven't thought about that series since, the PS2. Also, this next dungeon we go into, we're going to have to play the flute to get in. Play the holy melody. There we go. Yeah, what is this? Legend of Zelda? I think Link and Jim Hydlide would get along pretty well. Yeah, they are both men of few words. Also, this is a minecart dungeon. Or there is a minecart segment where you don't need to do any inputs at all, but it's pretty cool anyway. Now, there is no equipment we need to find in here, so I'm not going to bother exploring much. We're just going to kind of rush through. But I will check the swords on the ground. Oh, no, that comes later. The Lost Castle Power Unit, I think, is the absolute worst frame rate part of the game. That goes down to, 2. Do I want the Great Sword? Oh, I do want that stab attack. I think that'll be good. So we have to fight a weird mage guy in this one. That just explodes that zombie. But I sell for a good sword, maybe an okay sword. I do really like the way everything is modeled in here, though. Despite the poor performance, I very much like the way this game looks visually. Oh, did we get lucky? Not even a minecart segment? Oh no, we will have one. I believe this might be the first dungeon with mimics, but we'll see. Look how fast Jim's running. Look at him go. Could you imagine a madman dashing at you in full armor like this? Actually, that is one historical misconception that bothers me a lot when people portray, plate mail as if it were clunky and slow and you can't move well in it. The opposite is true. It was extremely articulated. The weight was, distributed very well over your entire body. And, it's lighter than a modern soldier's full combat gear, distributed across your entire body. It was so well articulated that knights could do, a somersault in full armor. Their top sprint speed. Yeah, and they were trained in it. Their top sprint speed is about the same as a regular guy. Not for as long, but, that's also with now so much inertia. Here's a kind of funny thing. You read this sign. It says, the tram car can carry up to 5 kilograms. You don't need to change. You can just get in it. Doesn't matter. And let's go, minecart! It's non-interactive, but it looks cool as hell. Now this is where we need the knockoff Indiana Jones music back. True AOD, but the point is, it wasn't this, you know, slow, cumbersome, knights could barely move kind of misconception that you see in a lot of, you know, media. They weren't these slow, hulking figures. And, you know, if they were, they wouldn't have used the armor. They would have used something else. It's also a fun thing to think about. There was a lot of overlap between the period when full plate mail was still used and when firearms entered, you know, Europe. There's a long overlap of, you know, muskets and, you know, plate. Right. It was a knight's job to be fighting fit, so that if you were called upon to, you know, go serve, you'd be in the physical condition for it. And I sure am, Shinago. This is Virtual Hydlide. I'm just de-rusting in the game a bit because I haven't played it in a while, and I have a race in it coming up on Saturday. So I'm just doing one playthrough here to kind of... Oh, I just ran through some poison. Just kind of get back into the swing of things. If that's true, Dwarven Crusader, that's extremely funny. Oh wait, I think the magic sword can dispel poison. Yep. That's why I was keeping that around. If Jim Hydlide had a musket, that'd be pretty nice. Though honestly, apart from bosses, the general move is to avoid combat in the game because it doesn't serve much purpose. Like, you don't get stuff from fighting most of the time. All you get is, you know, out into safety. There will be times you have to fight. He'd still be Jim. I don't know why it delights me so much that, you know, the hero in this game is just named Jim. I think there's just something inherently a little funny about it. Let's make a save. Yeah, not even James. He's Jim. He's not like Sir James the Brave. He's just Jim, going to save Fairyland. As one does. Here's a weird monk. I'm remembering right, he has a very annoying pattern. We've got to wait for him to stop. And he'll throw some magic at us, which we really want to block. And then we can stab him. Okay, it's 5 hits at a time. And I can get 1 hit in on him. I quite like the way this guy looks, though. So he floats away from you. It's quite easy to get caught up in his magic shot. This is another one where a projectile weapon would be best, like the Sword of Light. I assume he's evil because he's in my way, and I'm the hero. Therefore, he must be evil. Also because his name literally says Evil Mage. That's the main reason. Oh, didn't get the hit. Hey, Nanara, how you doing? I am currently fighting an evil mage in Virtual Hydlide. It's given Jim quite the runaround. Nope, didn't get the hit in. He needs to be very close to you. It's hard to corner him. Point that I think it's more worth just waiting for that good spot like this. Nope, he got up too quickly. Like the very dramatic boss fight music contrasted with the just kind of waiting around. I don't actually know what the fast strategy for taking this guy down is. I assume there has to be one. Okay, we can definitely hit him here. Not the hit I wanted to get in. There we go. Alright, we'll get him. It's going to be a little slow. Oh, I'm not going to get him this time, though. He's got to be closer to me than that. I always wonder, does dropping your shield coax him to attack, or is it just kind of random? I think it's just kind of random. No, in this one, you're definitely the good guy. Oh, you mean in games where it's like, psych, you were actually the bad guy. You're like, no, I'm the good guy. I won, therefore I'm right. I mean, Baxter Crick Drop did win the last time I raced with them, so I don't know. Yeah, good guy, bad guy. I'm the guy with the fairy armor. Oh, no, I died. Drop has been talking a big game coming into this. I don't know, though. It could go any way. Anything can happen, as you've seen. Let me try that again. This is also why you save before a boss fight. Now, see, this would be a big time loss. I love that you get to continue like it's a fighting game. Yeah, right? The NPC had it coming. They dared to oppose me. Gonna take a sip of my drink. Let's see, where's it put me? Oh, it might be at the very... It is at the very start of the dungeon. Oh, that's a big time loss then. Yeah, there's no mini game where Jim just kicks the shit out of a car. I mean, that would be funny. What else can we put Jim Hydlide in? Alright, let's be more careful on the evil mage this time. I find the evil mage and the eel to be two of the hardest fights in the game. Put Jim into Hexen. Oh, he'd do great. Yeah, what did Jim do that they're gonna hit him? No, the character who needed to be in Smash Bros. That I'm actually upset isn't. Oh no, Mimic. Oh, and I'm panicked. Let me do some ketamine. I have the tranquilizer right here. You regain senses. I was stricken with fright. No, Mike Jones from Star Tropics, 100% should be in Smash Brothers. He has a perfect moveset from all the stuff you get with him in the games. Like, he would be perfect. But Nintendo doesn't acknowledge Star Tropics at all. I think mostly because Star Tropics never came out in Japan. Neither 1 nor 2. They were both Western exclusives. And they were developed as such. They put Star Tropics on Virtual Console. They've put Star Tropics 1 on the Switch online service. They have not put Star Tropics 2 there yet. Which is a shame, because 2 is really good. And almost nobody's played it. Because it came out in 1994 for the NES. Not a lot of people buying NES games in 1994. But if you haven't played it, I highly recommend it. That's one that's both Star Tropics games. Fairly affordable, 10 to 15 bucks. They're really fun. It's a weird opposite case this time, Nanara, where Nintendo of Japan specifically developed both Star Tropics games for the US market and then didn't do anything else with it. They just left it for the US. Right, well, because Ice Climbers is a game that has a lot of retro nostalgic power with Japanese gamers, because it was a big hit from the early days of the Famicom. 1984 gaming, basically. So, Japanese players of a certain age remember Ice Climbers fondly, even though, I'm gonna be honest with you, I think that game sucks. I think that game blows. Yeah, just put Jackie Chan in Smash, Dan. Ice Climber is stiff and boring to play. It is called Ice Climber. I believe Duck Hunt came out in Japan, but light gun games were not very popular there. Not the way they were in the US. That's true. LeBron James is literally in Multiverse. I've seen footage of that game. Is it supposed to be that slow? Like, it looks... Every video I've seen of it looks like a normal video game running at half speed. My cat is poking around the wires under my desk. Oh, there he goes. He's gone and laid down. Let's see, can I save and have it spawn me on this floor? Actually, I might be able to load the game and have it work if I die. I don't know if I want to risk that. I simply won't die. That's my game plan. Surely nothing can go wrong with a foolproof plan such as that. I mean, that game does look like it sucks. Out of my way, Mr. Armor. I have no quarrel with you. Let's see, first left. Whoop! Oh, this isn't even the part of the game that runs worst, Glail, if you can believe that. There are parts that get slower than this. Okay, next left, there will be a healing pool. There we go. Make our save right here. And let's go fight the boss. And after this guy, I think we can go find the fairy hidden in the forest. And then we'll be on our way. I've not heard of that, Commodore. Oh, they changed engines. I didn't know that. All right, let's not get totally blasted right from the start, and we should be... Okay, we'll be fine this time. I didn't even really know multiverses was a thing. Oh! No, go for it. Though it's probably better if you do it in the Discord, because I won't be able to click on it right now. Here, I want to just hit you. I might be able to force combat. Okay, you can't hit him until he descends. At all. Okay, so I can't force combat. Oh, come on. How'd that not hit him? What if I try my other sword? Might be faster. Come on, that clearly should be hitting him. I mean, the name alone just sounds like it would be cool. Excellent. I will check that out after stream. Can't really tell how much damage the magic sword did as opposed to the other one. Oh, totally respectable. We'll do that then. So I think if after the block I take just a quick step forward, I'll be good every time. He just needs to actually deign to go down to the ground and attack. Come on, man. Stop doing the whiz-biz with your hands and come fight. He's being a coward. He's afraid of Jim. It's fair. I would be too. Oh yeah, if you just use the ! Discord command, there will be a link. There's also a link in my Twitter profile. I'm not super active on Discord, but it is a good place to drop links. Yeah, they want to hit the gym. Oh, how'd that not hit? Come on now. If I drop my shield, he's more likely to come down. Well, he just doesn't wanna. Come on! Oh, so am I. I never used Discord before starting streaming. Oh, come on. I've got to look up strategies to better bait the evil mage. 4 currency types in multiverses? Are they just trying to extract as much money as possible from children again? That's what I generally assume of games like these. Oh, I think it's a great decision, Glail. Yeah, that's how games work nowadays. Granted, I can't say anything because I have spent money to buy a Fortnite skin. So any moral high ground I may have had disappeared. Why? Because I wanted Goku. That simple. Also because Fortnite paid me to do some sponsored streams. So really they paid me to buy to buy Goku. Also, you're telling me winning a victory royale as Bulma? Come on. How can you not want to do that? I will say, playing Fortnite no build as a game, it's actually pretty fun. Never paid for the battle pass, just, you know, a couple individual skins I wanted. Yeah, pretty much. Right, Fortnite, anything you can think of is in there. Also, all the kids playing Fortnite, if they hop on no build, they might be good at, you know, building. They're bad at shooting. They have no shooter instincts. So I just dominate them. Like, it's not even close. Look, the kids gotta learn. That's what I'm saying. Let me switch swords again. This guy just, like, won't come down. Oh, damn it. I died again. I wonder if I turn the system off. I'm going to do an experiment. I want to see which is faster. Because this will start me back at the start of the dungeon. So if I say continue, it'll drop me back there. If I load the game, would it be faster? That's what I want to know. So what if I go to data, load data, banana clicker? What is that? Oh, sweet. That totally works. Okay. That's not so bad then. All right. Let's third time's the charm. I'm doing bad on the evil mage. This doesn't bode well for Saturday. I've got to hope that everybody else has their own struggle with the boss. I did actually end up trying Pal World out. It's pretty fun. I liked the general idea of the gameplay. It definitely felt like, you know, a small studio made it. And I don't mean that in a disparaging way. Just in a, yeah, you know, there was obviously limited effort they could put into some aspects of it. The core ideas were cool. It also is saying that, you know, the Pokemon Company is leaving untold amounts of money on the table by not trying to incorporate any of those ideas into their games. All right, we're off to a good start. What if I just don't move from this spot? Let the evil mage come to me. So, I have not played a mainline Pokemon game since... I think I started Sun and didn't like it, so I didn't play more of it. So I think X, Y were the last ones I played at all. I have very little opinion on Pokemon. I've played a bunch of the games and thought they were pretty fun, but not, like, great. And so didn't, you know, do much more than that. Man, come closer to me, damn it. That's so annoying. I don't remember ever struggling with this guy before. Yeah, it feels like it shouldn't be that hard for them to make a Pokemon game that people will agree is good. But I think a big part of the issue is that different people have very different opinions about what Pokemon, quote-unquote, should be. I think part of the problem is also, fundamentally, it's a kid's game, you know? I think there's a point at which you've got to recognize, maybe I'm not the target audience for this and I shouldn't be investing this much of my mental energy into it. Which isn't to say that, you know, kids don't deserve good games, because they do. Oh yeah, Game Freak is one of the least technically competent developers of all time. To the point where, I mean, like, the last probably really competently made game that they put out was like the Magical Tararuto-kun game on the Mega Drive. And maybe Pokemon Gold and Silver, because Satoru Iwata did it for them. But yeah, I don't want to lean too much on saying, you know, it's a children's game, grow up. Because obviously, I play a ton of games that, you know, yeah, they're kids' games. Practically all of the, like, NES games I play were, you know, target audience children. But there comes a point, I was also a child when they came out, where it's like, I don't think this thing is worth the amount of yourself you're investing into it. Do you know what I mean? Like, and it sucks to, you know, have to stop caring about something you used to love because you've aged out of it. And I think a lot of people don't want to age out of things. And I understand that. You know, I play video games all the time. That was something that when I was growing up, people said, "Oh, you're gonna age out of that. You know, you're gonna stop thinking about that." But I haven't, you know. Right, Pokemon's really interesting in theory. So welcome on in. What were you up to? I'm getting my ass kicked by the evil mage in Virtual Hydlide. Right, exactly. The Shin Megami Tensei games, it's like, those do the same things that you're looking for in Pokemon a lot more competently. Do you know what I mean? Right, a tabletop game for Pokemon could be incredibly cool. Right, I think Zelda has grown, or rather, Zelda's always been very accessible to any aged audience. You know, my father loves the original NES Zelda, and he's ended up loving Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. He didn't care for, you know, the other games in the series that much. But the very open-ended adventure kind, he always loves them. Still does. He's retired now. He's got all the time in the world to play them. I think he's like 300 hours into Tears of the Kingdom now. But I think there's a distinction to be made between games that are explicitly aimed at children and games that are aimed at a wide audience. I don't know if I'm explaining that very well. And I don't want to just be, telling Pokemon fans carte blanche, like, you gotta grow up. But I think there's a point where it's like, you're getting more upset about this than you should be, maybe. And don't expect, a general Pokemon game. Hey, Furrow, welcome on in. What were you up to? But, there comes a point where if you're getting mad at the children's monster racing game for not being very difficult for you, a, 25-year veteran of the series, I think your anger's a little misplaced. Yeah, right? Don't send that anthrax envelope to Game Freak. Or, don't get mad on Twitter about Pokemon. I feel like that's just good general advice. There we go. Right, Hal. I will say, if I had played Virtual Hydlide as a kid, I probably would have been obsessed with this game. I'm obsessed with this game now. So, who am I to pass judgments here? That's fair, Floof. And, as I said, I have no idea what's been going on in Pokemon. I do not have an informed opinion. I also don't understand how Game Freak are as technically incompetent as they are at just making games. Because, yes, the Switch is an underpowered handheld. But you look at some games on it, like Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is a beautiful game, both artistically and technically. That's running on the same hardware as Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, which look shockingly bad. Like, the first time I saw screenshots, I thought it was a joke. Right. The Pokemon Company wants that money all the time. So the other thing is, it's not just Nintendo. They are not the majority stakeholder in Pokemon. Yeah, if Doom Eternal can run at a, consistent if low frame rate on the Switch, what excuse does Pokemon have? There's no way Elden Ring is on Switch, is it? That can't be. I don't think it is. I know Dark Souls is on Switch. Which, that's not surprising. That's, a 360 game. And for its faults, the Switch is considerably more powerful than an Xbox 360. Granted, the Switch is also a mobile chipset from 2017 that draws like 7 watts of power when not connected, to the dock. Which is pretty insane. That's an unbelievably low power draw. I'm very curious what a Switch 2 will end up being. If it's a modest hardware refresh that does 1080p handheld 4K docked, and maybe a performance boost to original Switch games, I think that would be an excellent, excellent hardware refresh. I think what a lot of people want out of a new Pokemon game is to recapture the feeling they had as kids. And I think after a point, you're going to need to start looking somewhere other than Pokemon for it. Oh, come on! My shield was up. I'm doing terrible. The Switch isn't going to be as powerful as a Steam Deck, and it doesn't need to be. It would be foolish for it to be. Yeah, having children of your own and watching them experience those things. Damn, I keep dying. This is bad. I gotta play better. Force them to enjoy the things you liked. Right. I think, Karn, Nintendo very correctly identified early that just looking for better hardware was going to quickly become a dead end. I think they... no, I think they were still right to keep the Wii a standard def system. Because it meant to me the Wii still feels like one of the last... This is going to sound strange. One of the last true game consoles. Where it didn't have pretensions of being anything but a games console. Also, my cat has hopped onto my desk. Come on, buddy. Either hop up to the windowsill or get off the desk. There's no room for you there. There's a keyboard there and you can't lay down on it. Right, Howell, that's my hope as well. And Nintendo would be completely insane to not make it backwards compatible because it's one of the largest install bases of all time. Oh, cat. Okay, hold on. Now you're messing up. My cat hit the mouse and messed up the capture window for the game, so that's fun. Now I need to resize it. Thank you, cat. I had to grab him and toss him off the desk. Give me a second here to fix this. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Now we are mostly fixed. There. Thank you, cat. Very, very cool and helpful. All right. We're back in it. I'm always worried that one of these times he is somehow going to hit the end stream button. I believe him fully capable of that. It'll happen one day. Stream ended due to cat interference. Yeah, am I helping? Thing is, there is very explicitly no room on my desk for him to lay down. Which of course means he wants to lay down directly... Oh no, his bowl is full, Battle Wreck. I always fill up his food and water dishes before I start a stream. He just wants attention. He's just being a cat. Come on down here, evil mage. You've caused me a lot of trouble tonight. This doesn't bode well for Saturday. If I can't beat the evil mage easily, then what am I going to do? I mean, at least his projectile is blockable easily enough, but I really wish he'd just come down to the ground more frequently. The gripe I have with a lot of games' boss battles are the long stretches of time when you can't hurt enemies. Whoops! I hit the wrong button. That one was my fault. Like, you can't hit him when he's floating around. You have to wait for him to come down. And then you can really only get, like, one hit each time. Oh, what the hell? He started the other time. I'm so bad at this fight. When did I get bad at this fight? Do I really just need a projectile to make it not miserable? Maybe I should have kept that dark sword from the beginning. I still have that in my inventory, do I? He gets up so quickly, too. Right, why do bosses have iframes ever? They shouldn't have those. I should have those. Boss shouldn't. Like, why can't I hit him right now? There we go. Come on, more of that. If I get hit with another flurry of his attack, I'm gonna die. Don't think they're strafable VVV. If I die another time, I'll try that. But I do not think they are. Yeah, right? If the boss isn't the hero, why does he have iframes? Doesn't add up. You just gonna keep doing that? What the hell? That was 6 times in a row. Oh, false alarm. Thought about landing and didn't. Ooh, that was a juicy hit. Did you hear that one? I really got right in his guts. We're almost there. You'd think he'd get tired of flying around with like 5 stab wounds in his stomach, but what do I know? I'm not an evil mage. I'm Jim, the virtuous hero. It only makes him lighter. Can just fly better now. He's ventilated. Oh, that's good of you, Furrow, because runaway pets is like the most nerve-wracking thing in the world. Yeah, I'm not an evil mage that you know of. Oh, come on, land already, will ya? God. Bloom, it's not good to hide being an evil mage. Alright, I will try strafing this time and see if it does anything. I'm not convinced it will. So it's very embarrassing to keep dying to this boss. You know, it's a good thing I decided to practice before Saturday. Because, woo. That's no good. Depending how this goes, I might have to practice again tomorrow. Alright, we don't need to run through the dungeon again. We can just load. Yeah, if I can strafe past those and then stab him, that would potentially speed things up a bit. I don't remember ever having trouble with this guy, but I might have had a projectile the other times I fought him. I can't remember. Thing is, the strafe isn't very quick, and I imagine he'll turn, but I'm gonna try. Who knew that circle strafing would be the key in Virtual Hydlide? All right, come here, guy. I got a sword to put in your innards. He's going quick this time. He's bouncing all over the place. What I would really love is for him to land just directly in front of me so that I can stab him without ever having to block. Okay, strafing is a no-go. That's what I got for trying to strafe. There's half my health gone. Actually, you know what? There's no reason I can't do this. And just heal during the fight by moving around a little bit. There we go. That's a good idea. That way, even if I mess up, I have recourse. Though it only works while I'm moving. That can just mean strafing back and forth a bit. Oh, what the hell? I didn't even hear him cast that time. That was BS. Ah, he keeps standing up. Why am I so bad at this fight now? This is really, really bad. Of course, he stands up again before I can close distance. Just come here, guy. Yeah, like that. Perfect. That's what we want. Maybe if I just stick to him like glue, can I force that kind of scenario? Where he's like, gotta come down right in front of me. Oh, come on, you just did. Do it again. Do it again, I dare you. Yeah, like, oh, come on, you were doing it. You were doing it. Don't be shy. Yeah. How did you get up that quick? I'm calling BS on that. All right, you almost got me that time, guy. Tricky, trying to just take a little step. Oh, how is my weapon range that short? Stab better, Jim. You can do it. I believe in you, Jim. Oh my God, Jim, you're so slow. That's what we want. All right, we're winning this fight. We're 100% winning this time. This is the run. I say on my 5th time fighting. I love this game, Alruin, though I've apparently forgotten how to fight the evil mage effectively. So I'm getting it back now. All part of the mage's master plan. There we go. I'm back to full HP even. Okay, the mage got nothing on me now. I really should have equipped that healing spirit ring from the start. I feel foolish for not having done that. No, because then you have stun frames VVV. So if I don't get him before he casts, after the 5th shot, I can start my attack. Like that. I think 1 or 2 more and I've got him. Thing is, you can't hit him until he lands to do his whiz-biz. Anything before that just goes right through him. Yeah, that time I didn't hear him starting the 2nd volley of magic, so I took the full brunt of it. He does. Got him, finally. God, that was embarrassing how long that took. Like, truly. And we get a fairy. And Tears of the Earth. So that is our first of 3 fairies. The second is going to be hiding out in the woods. Which now, that fairy is just, I think, in our inventory. Yep, there she is. Let's save. I'm a little more than halfway at this point through the game. So what do Tears of the Earth do? Gotta remember. Okay. So I think we use the Tears of the Earth to summon the Lost Crystal City. So I think next we've got to find the forest with the other fairy, and then we can summon the last dungeon, or the second to last dungeon. Then there's a boss rush. I'm going to do a second run-through as well, so you didn't miss that much. And the second run-through, I'm going to focus more on trying to go quickly. This time I've just been reacquainting myself with the game, the progression of the adventure, etc. Because I'm going to be racing this on Saturday over on Ren's channel with Drop and Sardus and Ren. It's going to be a 4-way Virtual Hydlide race. And I don't want to embarrass myself. I need to pay Drop back for the last time, because when I raced with them almost 2 years ago in this game, they beat me quite soundly. By quite soundly, I mean by like 5 minutes. Which was still long enough. I don't want to lose again. So I got to make sure my Virtual Hydlide skills are up to snuff. Right, this is just, you know, brushing the dust off. I really wish I had fairy tears. It might be worth going to the shop, if I can find the shop in our run, to stock up on both those and Stone of Fighter. Because applying some Stone of Fighter to the final sword in the game makes a pretty big difference in your overall damage output. Surprisingly, this game does have an active speedrunning community. even though, you know, the game runs slowly, you can actually run it quite quickly. Also, the minecarts make no sense because they go both ways, both up and down hills. It's kind of silly. Come on, Jim. There you go. I do love how the minecart segment looks, though. Just because the engine is so clearly not equipped for this. That I personally find it charming. There we go. Jim Hydlide's Wild Ride. It's a pro tip, you can use the map to turn faster than you can in-game. Or sort of faster, it depends on where you are. Oh, I went the wrong way. Though those kind of mistakes are going to kill me. Yeah, it does reduce lag. Hey Fizz, how you doing? Yeah, more precisely as well. Honestly, the best thing to have would just be some fairy tears, which are just an instant teleport out. Now, when we finally get to Varalis's lair, we have kind of a boss gauntlet, so we will have to refight the vampire and the evil mage, both of whom are slightly altered, but we will have the Sword of Light, which has a projectile, and should make short work of both of them. The vampire's a chump anyway, though he does summon clouds of bats this time. And then the final boss fight with Varalis can be kind of challenging. Ooh, Fizgrim, my top recommendation is Going Down from 2014 by Doom mapper Moldy, who you may know as animator Syriac Harris. The one who makes all those, like, trippy animations on YouTube and has done for, you know, 10 plus years now. He's a Doom mapper, and a very, very good one. He doesn't put a lot of stuff out, but everything he's made is pretty incredible. Going Down is one of my, like, top 5 all-time megawads. He loves toilets. He loves his toilet gags. There are a lot of them. In Going Down, and in Overboard, which was the one he made in 2022, that summer. That was excellent. Alright, well, I see the... Oh, excellent. The forest for the next ferry is very close to our next destination. And then we're going to have to use Tears of the Earth to raise a crystal city thing from the water, which is going to look cool as hell. Like, genuinely, it's a super neat set piece. But first, we need to find a row of, like, parallel trees, which should be at the yellow dot on the map towards which I am running. And there is a fairy hiding amidst those trees, though we don't want to get the wrong tree, because if we do, that will summon wasps, which really can mess you up very quickly. And that's straight out of Hydlide 1. The wasps are very dangerous. Oh, it's a shop! Let me buy some Stone of Fighter. This is arguably one of the only NPC-ish interactions in the game. We're going to buy 3 Stone of Fighter. we just wiped out most of our points to do that, but we're going to want that for when we get the Sword of Light. Okay, now I think I see where it's got to be. I mean, my house is excellent, but I would caution against it being anybody's first Doom experience, because it's not going to give you an accurate... It's made much better by having lots of experience with Doom before you play it. And the culture of Doom mapping, etc. I don't want to be cranky about it, because it is really good. Don't get me wrong. But I wish so many people didn't have that now as their introduction to Doom. Not sure if I'd call it horror so much as deeply atmospheric. I highly recommend Grove by BPRD. Doom 3 is a good game. It wasn't the game I wanted when it came out, but I have since come to appreciate on its own merit. Grove by BPRD is a work of art. I'm hesitant to call it horror. It's definitely on the spooky side. All right, here is our... So we've got to listen. There will be a tone for the fairy. Wrong way. I think it's got to be this one. Nope. Nope. Wasps. Wrong tree. Oh. I'm paralyzed. It's okay, we're fine now. Some big-ass wasps. I mean, yeah, it's a wasp. You'd collapse too if you got stung. Alright, that wasn't the tree. It's gotta be this one, then. No? No, we have the fairy crest. Let me sort the inventory. Don't think I need to use it. Or do I? And nothing happens. This one, maybe? There we go. There we go, we're back. I got the second fairy. So you can see her hanging out on the menu there. Alright, so now we've got to go summon the next dungeon. It looks super cool, you're gonna love it. So this is where the game's performance will really start to falter. Danger, weak bridge. You know? I don't know that I've ever come across this before. Neat. I don't think I'd ever seen that in this game before. How'd I zoom in the map? There we go. Didn't really help me get where I'm going, but I needed to investigate it for my own personal curiosity. Now I'll run around the shore this way. So we've got to go to a certain spot and then use Tears of the Earth, I think the item is called, to summon a big old dungeon. And that's the one, when we get to the very bottom of it. Okay, here's the plaque. When we get to the bottom of it, that is where we will both get our last fairy and get the Sword of Light, as well as the emerald. So the last three things we need are going to all be in that dungeon. When the Lost Tear is returned, I will re-emerge here. Let's do it. Oh, do I need to do it exactly here? Yeah. Keep hitting the wrong button. There we go. I'm panicking. Missed inputs. Look at that. How sick is that? This is the Lost Castle. So once we get down into it, there is a Lost Castle power unit. That is where we will find the Emerald and the Sword of Light, both of which we need to really complete the game. And this is where the game really starts to chug, performance-wise. I mean, it looks awesome. Don't get me wrong. But, ooh. The performance here is not the greatest. Also, it's a teleport maze. I know people love those. This is where we start fighting skeletons. By fighting them, I mean staunchly avoiding fighting them. What kind of armor we got here? So I think there is better armor than the fairy armor. Oh, plate armor. No, I like the fairy armor. Thing with this one is there's nothing we actually need to find in this portion. So we're good to just kind of cruise on through. The hard part, though, is, you know, where go? Other times I've done this, I've just kind of run around until I've found the exit. Because I think, broadly speaking, we need to go down-ish? I don't know. Oh no, here it is. We found it. That was nice and quick. So now we are into the power core. And this is 2 different floors. And now we gotta do a lot of exploration to find the final 2 items we need. I'm actually going to take a quick break. I need to use the bathroom. So I will be back momentarily. I'm also going to get myself some more water. And then we will see this through to the end and then do a much faster run. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. Whoops. That's the wrong screen. Hold on. This is the screen we want. There we go. Be back in a minute. Alright, thank you for waiting, everybody. Are you ready to see the worst performing part of the game? It's this. It's a super cool looking maze area that runs unbelievably poorly. The engine is doing its best, but there's only so much it can do. So we're going to have to explore each of these areas. If I'm remembering right, this whole place is lousy with mimics. But we're going to need to find an emerald and a sword of light. We find the sword of light. That is the weapon we need to kill Varulus. Is this a real chest? It is the first one we found. Just an herb. We're mostly going to avoid fights where we can. This is where map turning becomes really useful. Also, I will say the aesthetics of this area are unimpeachable. They're super cool. But it's really slow. Okay, we've got the map equipped. All right, we're in as good a shape as we're gonna be. Really, no chests over here. Oh no, there's one. A lot of the chests here are mimics. Yep, like that. Mostly aren't worth fighting, but we're here. We may as well. Look at that. Look at that silky smooth combat. Right, so we went one pathway. Let's go the other. Keep our eyes peeled for any chests. This is where that scroll of detect that I used earlier in the game would probably be best used. I'm going to try to keep that in mind for Saturday. And it's not just that we have one floor of a maze that looks like this. It's actually 2 floors of this. With multiple places each where the sword... That's a mimic. No! Oh, I think that might be the emerald. Let me see. Sweet! Alright, we got the jewels. All we need now is the sword. If we get the sword, we can just go straight down and fight the boss. That was awesome. We got really lucky. But we don't want to stop exploring this path yet, because it may still... If the first path we went down holds both the sword and the emerald, that would be, like, beyond belief good luck. I don't dare hope for that, but if this is the sword right here... Nope, mimic. That would have been way too lucky. Just trying not to get back attacked by the skeleton. Well, he's being very patient. He's waiting his turn. I don't even know that he wants to fight. He's just patrolling. Well, I'm going to hit him anyway. Unless you kill them with the Sword of Light, I believe the skeletons will always stand back up. But if you kill them with the Sword of Light, which is a holy weapon, they will not. Kind of neat. Nice little touch. Alright, so we are now going to head back out into the wider maze. So we've gone the top left route. Let's go next. Let's do it clockwise. We're going to try to go over here, basically. Which means I need to figure out the right combination of stones to step on, or I'll just go to the nearest one I can get to. Frankly, that seems like a better idea. I think that'll bring us back to center. Don't know where this one's bringing me. Well, I think I can... Yep, okay, that'll get me to this side. This is where the game gets a touch tedious. Because it's a lot of searching. This is where planning ahead and bringing a scroll of detect would change a lot. I don't have one with me, do I? I think I spent all my money on Stone of Fighter. What's Judgment do? Oh, that just lets me judge, like if something was cursed. That would tell you. Alright, chest, please contain a Sword of Light. Oh, you're a mimic. Know what, though? Of all the games I've played recently, the mimics in this are by far the least annoying. It's not like in Grand Stream Saga, where the mimics were super deadly and annoying. Alright, let's check this one. Tool? Ooh, what tool? Another Stone of Fighter. Hell yeah. That means we're going to have like a Sword of Light +5 in the end. Which is insane. I've never had one that strong. Alright, let's check the upper corner here. Any chests? Nope. Check this way. Oh, that chest is probably... Yep, that's a mimic. Didn't even have to try to open it to find out. Also, equipping the spirit ring so that I just get healed while I'm doing my running away from stuff. Wait, that chest wasn't there. Yep, that's why. The fact that I get healed while I'm bravely running away from stuff. Really nice. Please be a sword, please be a sword. Nope. Alright, so I can... no, I can't rule out this pathway yet. Oh, and this is the one with the teleport downstairs. Now, I do know it is technically possible to beat Verilus without the Sword of Light. Probably especially since I have so many power-ups. Stone of Fighter. Because I remember when I made Woozle stream this game, he did not have... he failed to find the Sword of Light and had a very hard time with the boss. I don't know if he even had all the jewels either. He was struggling. Let's see, are you both mimics? Well, that looks like a real chest. Please let me open it. This is bad. Please desist, skeletons, or at least come over here, so that you won't be blocking that chest. Come on. Come on. There you go. I'll run right by you guys. Thank you. Now I can check on these. Please be the Sword of Light. Please be the Sword of Light. If it's the Sword of Light, that would be amazing. It would be right next to... Yes! Oh my god. Alright, we are about to make this Sword of Light insanely strong. Oh, yeah. Oh, things are going... Everything's turning up, Millhouse. We are about to go destroy the eel at the bottom of this place. I've never made a weapon this strong. Oh, this is going to be incredible. I'm maybe, like, too excited about this, but... think that's all of them. Yeah, look at that. Let's just drop the greatsword. We don't need it. And now we're right by the passage downstairs. Let's save before any disaster can befall us. And look at this. It's got an amazing projectile that doesn't cost us health or score to cast. And now we can just go straight down one more layer, and we will be fighting an eel. I'm not going to explore anything else at this point. Doesn't make sense. So we've just got to cross over. We will be right as rain. Hope you're all as excited about this as I am. Okay, that's where I need to go. There we go. Look at that. Skeleton, and it doesn't wake up. Has no hope. Dead. Instantly. Actually, I'm going to want to just stand still for a bit and heal. Don't have the Ring of Spirit equipped, so I can actually just hang out for a second. Jim will just sternly cross his arms and heal up, as one does. I would love if he had, like, a Sonic the Hedgehog foot tapping animation. Like, he's like, can't we get this over with? Come on, hurry up. Also, we'll want to save right before we go down there. Though, honestly, I can't imagine the eel giving me any trouble with how strong I am now. Because we have, like, an unbelievably strong weapon now. Jim should have packed a stool. Oh, we've got everything we need. We're so ready. We're so ready. This eel doesn't stand a chance. Now, this eel actually is in the original Hydlide. It's one of the scariest regular enemies in the game. It's patrolling, like, the moat around a castle. Well, I absolutely love how it looks in this, this version. Yeah, look at that. It's gnarly. Screw you, eel. I'm stronger than you. You got no hope. So when we destroy it, we get the last fairy, and now we can go straight to the final area. Yeah, common Jim W. We've got all 3 fairies now, which means we can restore Princess Anne. But this place is falling apart. The power of the fairies will save me. Honestly, a pretty cool sequence. I think. Maybe only I think it's cool. And loading, Fortress of Verilus. So we're going to have to fight the vampire, the evil mage, and then Verilus. And this is also like a gross fleshy area, which looks pretty cool. Like, the presentation in this game, despite running really poorly, I like how it looks. Like, this looks cool. I think. Oh, wait. Let me equip the crucifix. Love how you can't tell a word he's said. He's got bats. Now that's our special attack, is shooting the ball of light. We don't have to use it, but it's really strong. So, I mean, why wouldn't we? Oh, the bats fucked me up. Oops. I love Jim's dead pose. He's just sprawled out on the ground. See, this is why I decided to do a practice run. Just so that I don't embarrass myself on Saturday. Oh, I'm going to have to pick up the pace. I think Saturday morning, I'm not going to stream it, but I will do a practice run on my own then too. Just to, you know, get back in the swing of things a bit. Okay, I've got the crucifix. Yep. Let me just keep my distance this time and do my energy attack. His voice sample is really funny because I'm pretty sure it's from one of T&D Soft's golf games, and they just played it backwards or something. We not get hit by bats. I really don't remember this boss giving me trouble in the past. Maybe I just need to stun lock him better. Like that. Oh, he spawned more bats. One more hit, come on. Got him, there we go. That was close. Shouldn't have been close. Jim's just gonna cross his arms and get better. Imagine if that's how healing anything worked. Like, you just sat impatiently with your arms folded until you stopped having internal bleeding. Until you weren't hemorrhaging anymore. So I've got to ask, of those of you watching, have any of you played this before? And if so, what did you think of it? Were you able to get past the really slow frame rate? Well, then you've just got to cross and wait and hope for it to grow back, Halloween. Oh, no, I love Super Hydlide Lyles. This game's much more straightforward. Much simpler, because it's essentially a remake of Hydlide 1. Whereas Super Hydlide is a very, very, you know, granular RPG. There we go. Now let us continue. The Last Remnant. Was that the one on 360? Oh yeah, this guy's got skeletons now. Let's see, we don't need the crucifix anymore. I remember that one, but I never played it. Is it worth playing? There we go. With the evil mage this time around, I can just do my attack every time he lands. He's going to be a chump now. So I don't even need to let him get a hit in. I don't need to block. The second he lands, unleash my special attack. Like that. See, I like when a game punishes a grind, because it means you're going to have to meaningfully engage with its mechanics. This game has no... You don't gain experience from fighting. You gain experience from completing the quests. That's how you level up. Which makes for a very different type of game than what most players are used to. God, yeah, I think that's why I never had trouble with the Evil Mage before, because I always either had the Dark Sword or Sword of Flame, which have projectiles, making his fight much easier. And this time around, I have, the best sword in the game. But you're almost required to at this point. You aren't strictly required to. It can be beaten without it. Woozle did beat it without it because he, like an idiot, did not find it in the final dungeon. He just ran right through. He managed to clutch it out eventually, though. I do not think he enjoyed this game nearly so much as I do. Right, come on, mage. I'm very curious how everybody else in the race on Saturday is going to do. Like, have they all been, like, sweatily grinding out practice this whole time? And I'm going to make myself look like an idiot. Playing slow and safe. There we go. I mean, that would be pretty funny, but I just don't want to come in last. My real goal, whether I win or not, I want to beat Drop, because Drop beat me last time. So it would be payback. Which I realized was like 2 years ago at this point, but still. All right. Save, and now on to the final boss, Verilis. Which, look how cool this is. Big rainbow voidscape thing. It's awesome. Super cool. Final boss time, let's go. First try, easy. We got this. Love that he just makes, like, indistinct growling noises. Whoop. Ow. That hurt, jerk. He is throwing balls at me. But I'm throwing them right back. My balls are better than his. Also, I heal when I move. Is very clutch in this fight. Okay, my shield can't totally block that one. Dodgeball final boss. Kinda. I mean, I will say, for me at least, this final fight does nail the, like, look and feel of what a final fight should be. And we got him. First try, piece of cake, easy. Good night, Verilis. I'm Jim. You can't stop me. I am the hero. I've restored Fairyland. Look at that CG. Look at that CG. Jim power stancing. And now Princess Anne will be restored. And I gotta turn the volume way up because early CD games couldn't mix to save their lives. There we go. There's the beautiful Princess Anne. And Jim just power stance and to kneel to her. And Fairyland has been restored. And we don't... It's not even like a video flyover. It's like a badly artifacted JPEG that they're slowly panning across. So it's called Fairyland in the original Hydlide. They called it Dream World in the manual for this one, Alruin, but it's Fairyland. Right, Jim just takes off his armor. It was their just holiday in Switzerland. I mean, that is pretty idyllic. No, they had a photograph supplier. Produced by T&D Soft, makers of the finest golf games on the Sega Saturn. So that's Virtual Hydlide for anybody who's never seen it before. I love it. Now I've got to ask, how quickly have your practice runs gone? Congratulations, period. Not an exclamation point, period. The Dark Sword does use points, and if you run out of points, it uses health. Oh, I would have loved it, Lord Floof. The congratulations with a period is killing me. Don't trust what Pro Jared tells you. All right, we're gonna run this again, and this time I'm gonna try to go faster. Yeah, you beat the game. Go home, kid. Oh, this is your high score. Use it to compare to your friends. $2.6 million. That's not actually that many. I will try another run, this time with a randomized seed. Did he play it 6 times? I mean, I've played this game a number of times. Right, Dwarven Crusader? Well, a bigger number is obviously better. Alright, should I create the world randomly, or do you want to give me a code? What word should I enter as my world seed? Finglombus, I don't know if that would fit. Up to 10 characters. The word oops. That's pretty good. I kind of want to see, what does oops give us? If anything. Let's just try oops. I don't know if I'm going to do a whole run. Might be nice for me to have an early night, because I know tomorrow I'll be streaming normal time, 6 p.m. Eastern. Continuing Darkened Sky for the GameCube. You know, the Skittles. The Skittles action RPG. Let's see. An interesting world right from the start here. Okay, there's the vampire castle. I think our fastest way here, let's just go... Whoop. No, baby has not yet eaten God. That I'll be continuing. That's Guardian's Crusade. That's what I'll be continuing on Monday. Darkened Sky is the one with the sense of humor, and Skittles are the magic system. It's like surprisingly fun, all things considered. The fact that there is a licensed Skittles video game and it's an action RPG is really pretty delightful, you know, on its own. Okay, so that's our Lens of Truth maze. I'm just checking out all the yellow points kind of on the way. Because if I could get the first fairy early, there's no harm in that. Like, you don't have to do that in any kind of order. Nope, that's the trial dungeon. Alright, let's get to the graveyard. And hope we find good stuff. So in the graveyard, we need to find the crucifix and the amethyst. And that's it. There it is. Where's the door? There's the door. Oh, does it, Pyco? I like when games have references to other games' famous cheat codes. It'd be very unlikely, but if I put in, like, IDDQD in here and got, you know, God mode, that would be very fun. Okay, this one's the crucifix. Come on, Jim. You can do it, Jim. You know, I have Axiom Verge and I just haven't played it yet. I feel like I really need to, because it looks super up my alley. Oh, what kind of sword we got? Let's hope it's not cursed. Like the first sword we found last time. Magic sword, great. No projectile, but solid weapon. There's the amethyst. And could look around for a sec, see if I find anything else worthwhile. That's just some gold on the ground. Don't necessarily need that, but can't hurt. Just looking for any armor or weapons, most of all. That's a ring. I mean, I love the first Metroid game. It always makes me a little sad when I hear people say, oh, you know, skip the first Metroid, it's too dated, it's too archaic, you know, it's too cryptic, it didn't age well. No, it aged great. Be willing to fail. And to have to, you know, map stuff out and check every nook and cranny. It's a product of its time for sure. And yes, we've found more, you know, elegant ways of doing some aspects of game design. But I don't think that means they're better, you know? That's just a plain old shield. I'll take it. It's not cursed, so that's good. Saw another item on the ground over here. At least I thought I did. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I mean, I can totally get why the original Metroid would turn people off and why they would rather play Zero Mission. But I feel like you'll enjoy Zero Mission so much more if you've played the original first. But also just the idea that, you know, it might take you months to beat a game. You know, months of trial and error and, you know, getting better at the game and figuring out its internal logic and how it works. I feel like people just aren't willing to do that for the most part anymore. And that's part because, you know, you're an adult now. You're not a kid anymore. You don't have the unlimited free time to throw at a problem. And you're not limited by, you know, the number of games you have anymore. You know, you're not a kid who has no income. If you want a game, you can just get it. Or, you know, there are just more games accessible than ever before because of the internet. There are tons of high-quality games that are free. Totally free. You could play Cave Story right now. It doesn't cost you anything. If you pay for Cave Story, don't. You're a chump. Because your money's not going to Pixel. Yeah, it's annoying, Pyco, I don't disagree. But it also doesn't turn me off from wanting to play. Actually, now that I have a Famicom Disk System, I should play the original version of Metroid. The money's going to the publisher, which I think is Nicalis. They paid Pixel once for the game, and that's it. Forget about Cave Story HD. Just download Cave Story. It's free. It's always been free. It's true, though. The way we are all in constant communication with each other means that we can't play games the way we used to. The world is different now. And, you know, we've got to accept that. That's just true. It stinks that, you know, we can't have that same sense of wonder or word of mouth, you know, passing from person to person. Right, the playground rumors, you know, of, well, if you do XYZ, this happens. And sometimes you think, oh, you know, that's bullshit. But sometimes it was true, you know? Sometimes someone would say something ridiculous and you thought, there's no way that's for real. Right. And stuff that was just bullshit, but right, just rampant rumors about games. And, you know, now if you want to know something about a game, even the day it's out, you can just go on the internet and you'll find an answer. And I guess that's... I don't want to say it's better. I don't think it is. It's different. The world I grew up in and the world the video games I played were created in doesn't exist anymore. And that makes me sad sometimes. Because I think we have lost something. It's kind of ironic. We live in an age of mass interconnected, you know, communication. If you want to talk to somebody about a video game, it's literally never been easier in all of human history to, you know, go online, go on Twitter, go on, you know, any number of websites, Discords, Reddit, forums, and you can talk about these games. But weirdly, single-player gaming has become less social than it used to be. And what I mean by that is we don't all talk about the games we're playing in the same way we did really before mass communication. Right, we don't have secrets in the same way anymore. Is that better or worse? That depends what you value. You know, for people who are like, well, I value my time, and now I don't have to waste my time not knowing what something does, then yeah, you're very well catered to now. But it makes me sad. Or that for a lot of people, the first time they'll play a game, they'll use a guide. Because they don't want to miss anything, or they don't want to, you know, be lost for too long. And especially with streamers, I get it, because, like, you want to present a good face to your audience. You think, oh, would me be getting lost be boring? Would that be bad content? Right, for fighting games, I don't mind having to, you know, I'm glad I can look up a moves list and know how to do something. But, you know, with exploratory games, I feel like we've lost something. And it's not something I think we can really gain back. I did start, and I need to finish it, a very interesting game called Tunic recently, which, for lack of a better word, is a kind of cute indie Zelda-like game. Very much more in the style of Zelda 1. Though a bit more linear than that. And I have had quite a good time playing it, and one of the interesting mechanics of it is that you have an in-game manual written in the game's made-up language that as you play more, you discover more of this manual and can figure out what it means and what it's telling you. Which I think is incredibly cool. And I can't imagine playing that game with a guide, because you would be robbing yourself of the fun of the discovery, which is the point of the game. I mean, I am not a fan of achievements and the kind of checklist mentality people take to playing games. Because again, I think you're just, you know, making your own experience poorer. Hello, Hiyori. Welcome in. Let me shout you out. What were you up to? Welcome on in, maybe not. Salute the monkey. For anybody just joining, my name is Professor Bloom. I am a teacher. I do a lot of singing, organize the VTuber choir, and play lots of retro games on real hardware. And right now, I am practicing for a Virtual Hydlide race that I will be participating in on Saturday over on Ren's channel. Ooh, were you doing it online or offline? Because I know there's an offline version now. Online, okay. We were just talking about how it makes me a little sad that the mystery of games doesn't really exist in the way it used to, because of the, you know, age of mass communication we live in. You know, if you ever wonder how to do something in a game, there's a guide that will tell you, even on release day. It's a very different world. I was kind of making the argument that I think single-player games used to be more social than they are now. Even though it's easier than ever to talk to people about a game, the way we play games and talk about them has changed a lot over time. I try my best not to Dusk Gloom, but even I feel that sometimes. You know, if I'm like, oh, well, where do I just get the last thing I need for this fetch quest kind of thing? I blissfully looked up nothing for Tears of the Kingdom, Pyko. I had instead a group chat with my father, my brother, and my sister-in-law, because all four of us were playing the game at the same time. And it meant that we just had a group chat going of, check out this thing I figured out how to do, or look at this amazing contraption I built. And that was super fun. That was my favorite gaming experience of last year. So what is the sword I found? We've got a light ring. Ring of life. Ooh. Activates healing. Interesting. You know what? I have 2 scrolls of judgment. I'm going to use one. That was me, friggin' heck. Though my brother improved on the design afterwards. Okay, it's a longsword. Presumably not a cursed one. Yeah, there we go. That's just a little stronger. I'll need to remember to equip the crucifix when I fight the vampire here. I think I also have one more orb that I need to ponder somewhere in this mansion. And then the mysterious power will be dispelled. It's got to be down at the end of the hallway. There it is. Ooh, pile of gold. Don't mind if I do. I really hope the actor who played Jim Hydlide here knows how much joy he has brought people over the years. Overshot that badly. I gotta work on my movement. Whoop. There we go. Also, Yori, if you're still here, you might have gone to grab food. I can't remember. Have you played Virtual Hydlide? I really like it. Like, not as a joke, not as a, haha, look how bad it is. I genuinely think it's very fun. So we're just gonna bludgeon this vampire. I love how shocked he looks when we hit him. That facial expression is pure gold. GG easy. He's like, no, this cannot be. Let's see, will we get the magic lamp or super magic lamp? I think the super one works slightly better, but they are substantially the same thing. Let's save. Alright, and now we can get out of here and go right to the trial dungeon, for which this light will be very helpful. Yeah, for anybody watching this, this is real hardware. This is how the game runs on a real Saturn. This is how it runs in an emulator. It genuinely just is this choppy. And the reason for that is because this runs on an engine meant for a golf game. And that is not a joke. I am being 100% literal. The company that made this, T&D Soft, also made golf games. They had already made a 3D engine for their golf games on the 3DO and Saturn. Oh, DCD, Pebble Beach Golf Links is incredibly good. Both the Genesis version and the Saturn version are phenomenal. And they both represent amazing values on their respective systems. The Genesis one, there's no Craig Stadler, but it, one, has some of the best music on the Genesis, and that's not a joke. I mean, this runs about as well as Saturn Doom Pico. But the Genesis one has a fully 3D polygonal environment on Sega Genesis, which is insane. That's not common. But it also plays really well. Like, the amount of control you have over things is superb. It's just a game with immaculate vibes. The Saturn version has a totally different swing system, meaning they both have, compelling differences in how they play. So we're just going to run straight through here. We're not going to spend much time looking for stuff, though I am going to stop at chests as I see them. Whoop. Get off me, little kobold. Hurt. We're not going to go down extra paths. We're trying to be speedy this time around. Oh, wrong way. Gonna do a lot of turning on the map screen. It is generally faster. 1,000 gold, that wasn't worth it. Whoop, wrong way. So I know there's actually a project going on right now, Pyco, for people to improve 3DO Doom, which I would love to see. Because it's not like the 3DO was a weak system. Doom is a tall order because it's very computationally intense. Because it didn't use a GPU at all. Oh, if you got a 3DO recently, DCD, I do have a lot of game recommendations if you would be interested. Because the 3DO has a great library. Much better than I think most people assume. I think the number one game I'm going to recommend, I super, super highly recommend the game Starfighter. It is a 3D flight game with incredible draw distance, plays very smoothly, has super 90s music, is just a ton of fun to play. It got ported to PlayStation and Saturn, and both of those versions suck compared to the 3DO version. Like, they look worse and run worse. It's honestly kind of amazing. I just play mine over composite. I think it looks fine. Though I know for a lot of people, they want that, RGB out with a 240p switch or whatever. Nah. Composite's good enough for me. I know not everyone shares my views on composite 480i as opposed to, S-Video or RGB 240p, but come on. Wait, did I really just miss a chest? I sure did. Wasn't even, hidden anywhere. I just ran right by it. Yeah, the console I'm waiting for a part to come in so that I can fix it, DCD, is my CDI. I bought a CDI recently. One of the Magnavox models, actually. But the 450, so the same as a CDI 450, which is quite a desirable model. And it came with the digital video cartridge. So I deliberately bought a broken one, where it was listed as boots up, but disk drive doesn't read. And that was exactly what I was looking for, so I got it for just over $200 US, which for a 3DO with a controller and digital video cartridge is a really good price. And all I need to do is replace the CD assembly, which on that model, it's a Philips CDM 12.1, which is a very common disc assembly, like CD assembly. And they're still made new, pretty much. So that's why I bought that model specifically. But the thing is, those new, laser assemblies are shipping from China, and they just toss them on a boat, and it takes a very long time for them to get here. So I bought 2 of them because they were like $15 each. But it means that if that comes and I make that swap and things work well, because I did everything else I could on the CDI side, just cleaning. The board was very clean anyway. But it basically means that I will have a fully functional CDI that works for NTSC on 60 hertz power. Or, it's a multi-voltage power supply, which is great. So it'll work with all that, and it's going to run me basically $250 total, which is really fantastic. It's a very good price. Yeah, and all it means is I just have to do a little work on my own. Less than half of the original retail. The CDI was very expensive. Reason being, it wasn't a games console. It was, a home media CD-ROM multimedia center. Play films on video CD, use CD-ROM interactive software. Like, that was a really big deal in the early 90s. And not everybody had a home computer, and not everybody wanted to upgrade a home computer to support those, because it was really expensive. I mean, I remember when my family got our first CD-ROM drive in 1993, and that's because my dad's a big nerd. Like, he was building home computers of his own in the early 80s, that kind of nerd. So, he bought a CD-ROM drive when they became reasonably affordable. So, we wouldn't have had need for a product like that. But to another family, think, it plays audio CDs, it plays movies on your TV, and it does all this, educational software that you keep hearing about, and you don't want your kids to be left behind just because you don't have a computer. It's a no-brainer of a product. It was actually quite successful in Europe, which it's a European product. That makes sense. But I feel like most Americans are only aware of it because of, the 3 Zelda games and the 1 Mario game and all the associated YouTube poops over the year. Which, granted, are very funny. But that's not all the system has to offer. I'm very excited to dive into its library. There are a couple games that I'm actually super excited to play. One called Laser Lords looks like one of the weirdest games I've ever seen in my life, and I cannot wait to play it. So I've got it hooked up, actually, the system itself. I've just occasionally been looking at the boot up screen and thinking, soon. Soon I will be able to play whatever I want. Also, as a test, once I've got it fully operational, I will absolutely hook that up to my very nice JVC CRT. It's a JVC iArt, I think 27-inch, does, component in up to 1080i. It's a really good TV. I've had it for 20 years now. I am gonna hook that thing up to it, and you better believe I want to compare how a video CD movie looks compared to VHS. I think it's supposed to be a little worse, so I'm excited to see. Then again, I also have a really nice VCR that I got for $10 years ago, but it's a JVC HRS8000. It was the one that introduced S-Video as a video format, for Super VHS. The thing's a tank. It weighs over 20 pounds. I love it. I currently have it hooked up as part of my stream setup, because that is the best way I have to capture, pre-NES consoles that only have RF out. That's what I use for it, because I plug the RF out from the game console. So like my Magnavox Odyssey 2, my Intellivision, my Atari. I plug that into those systems into the VCR by RF in, and then I have the output from that captured in stream for when I've hooked up those consoles. Which so far, the only time I've hooked that up was to show golf games on those systems. Including the shockingly really fun computer golf for the Odyssey 2, which has the distinction of being the first golf video game. Just like, period. Which actually surprises me. I would have thought there would have been one before that. Oh, I've played a lot of Hot Shots Golf. When I do part 2 of that Mega Golf tier list stream, we will get to the PlayStation and the PS2. I'm even going to hook up my PS2 for that. Which I don't even like to acknowledge as retro. But you will see Hot Shots 1, 2, 3, and 4 on that stream. Let's see, other PlayStation 1 golf games. The one I've shown on stream before, I've done a whole stream of, in fact, was Tecmo World Golf, which advertises on its box 101 courses of golf. And they're not kidding. It is literally 101 real-world 18-hole golf courses. It's insane. The game doesn't look very good and doesn't play very well either. But part of me wants to start doing like a weekly video series where I play one course per week. It would take 2 years to cover all of the courses in that game. They kept their word. They really did that many courses. Should they have? No. I would almost rather they made one course really, really well. Yeah, 101 courses, not clickbait. Shit, I'm poisoned. I think the magic sword can heal me of that, though. Yep. Stop spitting at me, Roper. That's what those enemies are called. Looking very much like something straight out of Little Shop of Horrors. Get every record for it. There are almost no videos of that game on YouTube, by the way. There's like a small handful. But that's it. Because let's be real, who out there is playing golf games from 1996 on their PlayStation? Apart from me. I think it's mostly just me. Yeah, but that came out in, 2002 on the PlayStation 2. There's a whole generational difference there. I think that kind of matters to people. Like, I know people see the PS2 as retro now. But its games don't feel very old to me. Actually, the PS2 golf games I'm most excited to share are Swing Away Golf, which was a launch title, because it was developed by T&D Soft, the makers of this fine game right here. And very excited to try Eagle Eye Golf, which was made of, from all companies, was made by Telenet Japan, also known as the developers of the Valis series. They made a PS2 golf game, which has a really ridiculous sounding soundtrack. Now, I got the thing I need from here, but I want to explore more here because this is where you can find the fairy armor normally. Plate armor +2, Jesus. Pretty good, actually. So I'm gonna explore more, because you can see there are 2 other large, closed-off square rooms. Those are the ones they have hidden entrances. So we need our truth spectacles on to see it. Thankfully, we've got them on. If you hear that water, that's a full heal. Okay, that cupboard did not have the way in, nor did this nook. Thing is, you can't tell from looking at the map how to get into those areas. Now, if I was in the race and got into this scenario, I would probably just move on. Because I think we get the dragon shield in our next area. Let me check. Oh no, we have the dragon shield already. Then what did we pick up here? We picked up the flame amulet. Okay. So it's in the next area where we need a red diamond. Yeah, we need the red diamond. That's what we find. I would love a projectile-based sword, like the flame sword or dark sword at this point. Because that would make the boss fight against the Hydra a lot easier. Or the Mad Dragon, as I think the game calls it. But it's not a necessity. Look at that, you can actually see the pressure plate depress. Isn't that neat? That's game design right there. Projectile-based sword. Look, Zelda does it. Why can't Hydlide? Actually, that was one thing I loved that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom brought back, was the Master Sword being able to shoot a projectile when you're at full hearts. I love that. I want that in every game. Let's just run. Well, this is a bad spot to be in. Let's get out of there. Right, like it's an iconic part of the Zelda franchise. As a kid, it's like you gotta hold on to that full health as hard as you can. You lose it, that hurts. Well, that's not the way. Oh, there's the way in. Alright, what's in this chest? Oh, please be a good sword. Too heavily equipped. I threw out my other armor. Let's try... Master Sword, yeah. It's better than our long sword, but nah. Not worth it. I'll hold on to it, though, so I'm not at my carry limit. Oh, wait. Put your armor back on. There we go. Yeah, but we definitely need the dragon shield because that can block the projectiles from the Mad Dragon. We don't want to mess with that. You know, I should play Minish Cap again, because I've only played it a handful of times, and those fairly close to its release. And I know a lot of people love it, but I was not particularly impressed by it. pick up an herb I found in, in this whack dungeon. Let's see, what is it? I think Minish Cap, just to me, has the least identity out of any of the kind of main Zelda games I've played. It's unquestionably a high-quality game, but it doesn't stick out to me as very memorable. And maybe for some it does. But I would say the Oracle games are a lot more memorable, and those are from Capcom as well. So it wasn't like, you know, oh, different developer. No, those were all Capcom. Again, being, you know, the worst traditional 2D Zelda game still means you're like an 8 or 9 out of 10 game. Still means you are head and shoulders above most of your peers. But, you know, high standards as a series. There we go. Now we are off to the Fire Land, which is quite far away this time. Now, though, that gives me a chance to check out a couple places on the way. So I'm going to save. I do like the visuals of Minish Cap a lot. It really shows off what the Game Boy Advance could do. GBA is a very interesting system hardware-wise, too. Because a lot of people think, oh, it's like a portable Super Nintendo, but it's much, much more than that. I mean, the closest Nintendo's come to another Zelda 1 is Breath of the Wild. It's why I love that game, and I think it's a big part of why it resonated so much with audiences. So, the GBA doesn't really have a sound chip, Dwarven Crusader, whereas the original Game Boy had discrete sound hardware, and quite powerful for what it was. The GBA does not, instead relying on... You have to allocate, essentially, CPU cycles. You know, you have to allocate some of the clock of the system to do the audio processing. The N64 actually does the same thing, but the N64 had a lot more overhead in terms of processing power than the GBA. We also need to separate composition from sound quality. I'm talking strictly about sound quality. Okay, we can find a fairy in here. So what you'll hear in a lot of GBA games, you know that kind of tinny, fuzzy sound you hear? That's because they are at a very low sampling rate, a very low bit rate. Oh! Wasps. That's bad. Right, a lot of GBA music comes out sounding horrible because it's at such a low bit rate. Now, some developers did allocate relatively more CPU towards, you know, the quality of the sound. You know, a higher sample rate, essentially. But, because that's expensive to do computationally, you would end up with a lot of games with really poor sound quality. And it's got to be very clear that I'm not talking about the composition. A lot of people conflate those when we're talking about the sound capabilities of the Game Boy Advance. Doing that for the GBA is really a cost-cutting measure. Right, the N64 did much the same thing. And with some developers, they came to quite a good compromise between sample quality, etc. Like Factor 5 did an excellent job in balancing audio quality. So they would use high-quality samples that could be looped at very short intervals for things like brass, etc. It's why the Star Wars games on N64 sound quite good in terms of just audio quality. But it always activates that, like, actually, part of my brain, when I hear people say, oh, the GBA sound chip, and it's like, it doesn't really have one. It's not like, the Game Boy Advance or the NES, where they had, chips that were discreetly there for audio purposes. So the Ricoh 2A03 on the NES, I mean, that's just the CPU. In the GBA, it's just the ARM CPU. And it varies wildly from game to game. Oh, programming on the Atari 2600 in general is an insane nightmare. It's incredible that people were able to make games. Oh, all wasps. No, the Game Boy does have a sound chip. The original Game Boy actually, in many ways, has more robust sound hardware than the NES did. Could do stereo, because the NES was limited to mono. Can I not check these trees again until the wasps are gone? Can I just spawn more wasps? Endlessly. High stakes wasp combat. Oh, I'm dying. The composition in Golden Sun is good. I'd say the sound quality is quite poor. Done in by the wasps. Good thing we saved right before that. It's really hard to tell which tree that's coming from. So that's one of the neat things about the Analog Pocket, Lord Floof, which is the, well, you know very well, FPGA handheld, has an option to kind of, tweak it a bit for the sound quality on GBA, which I didn't think I would use, but I actually quite a lot have. They were thinking saving money, Petty. Right, the thing with the N64 that cartridges I do not think were the big mistake. It was giving it an insanely small texture cache, because the access rate of the cartridges could be high enough to essentially use it like memory, and Rare and Factor 5 both did that in some games. It was Nintendo making it deliberately difficult. Right, you had the Silicon Graphics CPU and a 4 kilobyte texture cache. Like, even in 1996. That was not enough. And if you had, good custom microcode, like Nintendo themselves had, and let Rare and Factor 5 have, then you could get games with much higher quality textures streamed in from the cartridge itself much faster, and end up with really nice looking games that performed well, looked good, didn't have, egregious fogging. The best looking games on N64 simply could not have been done on the other consoles of the generation. Especially given, the complete lack of texture correct, lack of a Z buffer on PlayStation. Like, PlayStation just can't do large open 3D environments without texture warping the way the N64 can. They're different hardware architectures completely. Which is why, you know, you don't have anything like Ocarina of Time on PlayStation. You can have ones with much smaller indoor environments that look good and run well. Like Hyrule Field, forget about it. Unless you use your entire polygon budget on the environment itself, you are going to have the worst affine texture warping you've ever seen in your life. All right, let's go. Did Nintendo have a reason for doing that? That's a question people have been asking themselves since 1996. So, a big part of the reason is arrogance, hubris. You know, because they had been so dominant for 2 console generations, they thought developers will play by our rules. And they didn't. They said, no, we're going to go make our games on PlayStation, which has much cheaper licensing agreements. They still think that sometimes. Ring of Weakness. Dark magic ring full of evil. Cool. I love that for me. Thankfully, it wasn't cursed. Right, the Saturn VDP-2, you could have an infinite plane manipulated however you want. Panzer Dragoon's Spy does a great job showing that off. Or, Grandia, the ocean right in the starting town. Looks incredible. That couldn't have been done on the other consoles. Also, we need to find the red diamond here. Actually, I don't know if you strictly need all of the gems to beat Verilis, but I don't want to fuck around and find out. I gotta look for those treasures. I might look at some more professional runs of this to find out what people do. No, I don't know why I would need a shield when I have the dragon shield, so let's just dump it. Unless it's the fairy shield. Fuck! Cool. Let's see, I do have a Scroll of Purge. That's fine. That was funny. Well, it's not cursed anymore, but I don't want it. Go. You're all forgetting the greatest Belmont, Weiss Belmont. I know I've played the song on stream before, but it's from an old like OC Remix spin-off site, Overlooked Remix. It's like, what about the Belmonts that didn't have to fight Dracula? Poor Sonia Belmont, retconned out of existence twice. I will say, I really want to like Castlevania Legends on Game Boy. I'd rather play the adventure even. It's so boring. Because her other game, Dwarven Crusader, Castlevania Judgment, Or was it? No, it was Castlevania Resurrection. It was the Dreamcast one that was in development, got canceled. And she was going to be the protagonist. Sorry, Judgment was the Wii, like, arena fighting game with character designs done by the Death Note guy. I think it was somebody famous, and I forget who. Judgment is a guilty pleasure of mine. Takeshi Obata, thank you. I think it's the kind of game where if you play it by yourself, you're probably going to have a bad time. But if you play it with a friend, you're going to have a blast. Which I know is true of most games. Like, yeah, obviously games are more fun with your friends. But, like, that one in particular it's just wacky. Like, it's zany. You can laugh at it and be like, oh man, what did they do? And that's fun, you know? Right, like he's got little shorts on. That's silly. Like, we love being silly sometimes. I think that's something that people get wrong about Castlevania. Like, Castlevania is allowed to be a little silly. So, I mean, for crying out loud, look at the credits of the original games. You know, I don't know if it was like that in Japanese or not, but all the puns on horror movie names, just the fact that, like, all of the bosses in Castlevania games are obviously, you know, homages to, you know, classic Universal monster movies. Like, they're not taking themselves over seriously. At least not in the classic Castlevania games, which are my favorites. I am going to sound like a hater when I say that I do not think Symphony of the Night is overrated. But I do not love it nearly as much as I would say most players. I think it's actually very appropriately rated as one of the best games on the PlayStation. I think it's an excellent game, and I have always enjoyed it every time I've played it. But I don't love it. Oh, come on. There were so many Metroidvanias before that. I know it holds that place in popular culture, but, like, come on now. Even, there are ones you could argue pre-Metroid, too. Ooh, what game is that? Metroid's nothing like Metroid. Please be the red diamond. Well, it's a sword. Yes! Flame sword. Okay. We have a projectile. We're in business now. I mean, Simon's Quest was the first for its series. I will maintain that Simon's Quest is a good game. I think it is fun to play to this day. And I think people just need to really give it a chance, come into it with a little more open mind. You may surprise yourself with how much fun you have. You know what game I need to replay? I need to replay Portrait of Ruin. For basically being, you know, Bloodlines 2. I love Bloodlines. Right, the translation is slightly less vague than it's supposed to be. but it's supposed to be kind of vague. Some villagers are supposed to lie to you. They are meant to tell you fibs. I'm gonna need to check that out then, Eddie. That sounds like it could be a lot of fun. I will say, thinking of, like, you know, Metroidvanias and whatnot, I was super impressed by Infernax, which I played for the first time recently on stream, like a couple months ago. It was so much fun. There is Dwarven Crusader. I don't think you need it. I think it's fine as is. Like, most of the flaws with Simon's Quest, like, so what? It takes a little bit of time to go from day to night. It's fine. I'm also just generally of the opinion that older games don't need fixing so much as it's better for you, the player, to adjust your expectations accordingly and not expect modern conveniences from, you know, a 30-year-old game. God, the wall chicken in Infernax made me laugh so hard. Right, I like the concept that some villagers are scared of Dracula, and so they'll lie to you. To, you know, be on his side. Like, I don't know, that's silly, that's fun. Also, who can forget the greatest Castlevania II Simon's Quest character? Timothy Bradley. I will never get over the Castlevania II Simon's Quest Worlds of Power novelization. That changed me as a person forever. Dracula is indeed a Dracula. He was Simon Belmont's Dracula, as a matter of fact. Also, if Konami ever, and I know they won't, if Konami ever decide we're finally going to make the Castlevania 1999 game, you know, we're finally going to do it, they have the opportunity to do the funniest thing of all time, which is give Just Belmont a friend who is a very experienced, occult lore specialist or something, and name him Timothy Bradley. Because Julius, that's what I mean. They could give Julius, you know, a friend and confidant, a partner, you know, the Eric Lacard to his John Morris. They could have it be Timothy Bradley. The timing works perfectly. Timothy Bradley is supposed to be like 12 years old in 1989 in the Worlds of Power novelization. By 1999, he would be a young man right around Julius's age. They could do the funniest thing of all time. God, I hope they do. Well, no, I don't really trust Konami. I mean, I can end the sentence there, but I don't really trust Konami to make the Castlevania 1999 game. That window of opportunity passed a long time ago. Julia's game would have been sweet, 15 years ago. Also, can you believe that during, the DS lifetime, people got tired of getting, a new Igavania game every year? How good we had it. That we can be like, oh, we got another Castlevania game, boring. I mean, I'm guilty. I felt that way. By the time Order of Ecclesia came out, I was like, yeah, I bought it, but I wasn't feeling it. I was getting burned out on that gameplay style. And while I don't think I was wrong to feel that way, because they were pumping them out pretty much annually at that point, from like 2002 onward. There's a lot of games in a, 6-7 year period of time. Just think, from the GBA launch, you had Circle of the Moon, Harmony of Dissonance, Aria of Sorrow, then with the DS, Dawn of Sorrow, Portrait of Ruin, and Order of Ecclesia, all in like a 7-year spread. That's a lot. That's 6 games in, 8 years or whatever. Don't need this. Right, and you know what? I'm fine with that, Lord Floof. Dawn of Sorrow was nearly a launch title. I think it was late 04 or early 05. Great game, even if some people don't like the touchscreen gimmicks that were added in. Truthfully, I don't mind them in most DS games. Oh, speaking of DS games, I know I mentioned the other day, I finished Tales of the Tempest with the fan translation, which is a game I've owned for a long, long time. But it was in Japanese, so I didn't bother trying to play it. It's definitely the worst Tales of game that I've played, and I've played most of them. And I would call that a solid 4 out of 10 game that I will confess I did have fun playing. I do not think it is good, and I do not recommend it, but I did have fun playing it. But that means I've now started Tales of Innocence, which might be the single biggest improvement I've seen from one game to another. Going right from Tempest to Innocence is insane. Tales of Innocence plays like a full-fat console Tales game. The only real compromise is 3 characters in your party during battle instead of 4. But it is fast, fluid, responsive. The graphics got a huge upgrade in terms of detail, animations. It actually makes sense this time around. Your AI companions are not brain dead. They can use more than the arts that were assigned to their buttons. There are actual skits. It feels like a proper Tales game. I've only played about an hour, so I have very little to go off of. Maybe it gets terrible later on. I don't know. But I wanted to play the DS version instead of the Vita remake. Because I played the Vita remake of Hearts. I played Hearts R, because that did come out in the West. Though unfortunately, I think that coming out killed the fan translation project for the original DS version of Hearts, which, despite being the third and final Tales of game on original DS, went back to 2D sprite art for the battles. And full 2D characters. So the thing with Tales games, Petty, is I love the series. They generally do not have good stories. Like, they are either very generic, or they get confusing, or they lose the plot halfway through. What I do like in Tales games are the characters and the amount of time we get to spend with them, and the amount of interaction we get between characters. Which is because of things like skits and other incidental dialogues. We get lots and lots of, character-to-character interaction, and it feels like these people know each other. Which in a lot of RPGs, you'll play them and be like, if you step back a second, you think, well, why are they together? why are they here? Falls apart if you think about it too much. Well, come on in, Kendra. How you doing? What were you up to tonight? Right, like, why is anybody putting up with Cloud? at all. Final Fantasy VI does a great job, justifying why its characters have partied up for the most part. Like, Tales of Vesperia is probably the Tales game with the strongest plot, the strongest actual story. And even then, it's not that strong, and it shits itself 2/3 of the way through the game. Like, no question. There's a rug pull with a switcheroo villain, and it doesn't make sense. It comes out of nowhere. It's like, oh, okay, I guess that's what we're doing now. And you know what, though? I don't really care. Because in those games, the gameplay is generally fun enough for me to want to keep playing, and I like the characters enough that their interactions keep me going. Final Fantasy VII might be the most right place, right time I think a game has ever been in history. And I'm not trying to say that it's a bad game, because I don't think it is. I think it is quite a good game. I do not think it is a genre-defining all-time classic. Right, it being overrated doesn't make it bad. But I don't even think it's the best PlayStation RPG of that year. I would take Wild Arms over Final Fantasy VII pretty much any day of the week. And that's just my personal tastes, but I'm right. Yeah, if it came out a year later, I do not think it would be regarded the way it is. Hey, Ren, welcome. I was planning on raiding you. Bloom, how dare you have an opinion on the internet about Final Fantasy VII of all things? How did your practice go, Ren? I found out that I'm actually very bad at fighting the evil mage and have had to relearn how to fight him. And I can't remember if you really need all of the jewels or not, so I've been now in the volcanic caves here for about 50% of my playtime. Also, everybody, Ren is hosting the race on Saturday, so be sure to follow her if you have not. Right, Final Fantasy fans are famous for having no opinion whatsoever about the 7th mainline game of their franchise. I got very lucky with the Sword of Light location on my first run, because both it and the Emerald were in like the same spot, and then I could just go straight down. And then I had 5 Stone of Fighter to beef it up with. I don't need a Master Sword. This seed is named Oops. The other one was named Bloom, which had a rough start, but then evened out by the end. This time I have a projectile sword, so it's gonna make things a lot easier. Cloud, you really need to figure out how to spend your time in a more productive manner. Oh, that's the wrong way. I've not found the Emerald yet here. Yeah, fighting the evil mage without a projectile sucks really bad, because you're just at his mercy for when he comes down, and then you need to either inch closer to him with your shield up or have him land right in front of you. Sephiroth, your magnificent long and strongs have kept the shampoo factories of Midgar turning along just fine. Finally, there's the red diamond. Okay, now I can just boogie on over to the Hydra, who last time I also fought without a projectile, and very cavalierly at the start, resulting in me getting knocked down to 20 health and then having to turtle the fight very, very badly, until I eventually won, mostly by luck. Also, I do not have any fairy tears, so I can't just leave dungeons quickly. Oh, I love Torneco. What a good character. Oh, that would be so good, Boniface. You should. People would love that. I do enjoy his mystery dungeon. I keep feeling the pull of Sheeran the Wanderer after seeing Dot stream so much of it. It looks really fun. Also, check it out. The flame sword shoots, it actually illuminates the path in front of you. Isn't that neat? Isn't that neat? Alright, let's heal up before we start this fight. Let's also save. Oh, she is for sure. I mean, I bought Tokaido Goju-san Tsuji after watching her streams of it, and I've slowly been chipping away at it, both on and off stream. Because that game is insane in, like, the best way. That's the Famicom game by Sunsoft where you're the little fireworks maker. You're just trying to get home to your girlfriend. And so many people want to stop you. It's quite a lot. Alright, let's heal up. Jim doing the very sensible thing and just waiting in the middle of a volcanic cave. Presumably until his tummy stops hurting. I assume that's what's wrong with him every time. That's enough healing. It's such a good touch, Dwarven Crusader. Also, it's completely... Dark Sword does make you lose points, and if you run out of points, it makes you lose health. Tokaido Goju-san Tsuji, Lord Flu, 53 Stations of the Tokaido on the Famicom. It's an early Sunsoft game, and for me, kind of starts their transition to a maker of very high-quality NES games, because there's very obvious deliberate design going on. Whereas Atlantis no Nazo, while a game I love, is for sickos only. Also, I love how this boss looks. Whoop. Oh wait, I don't think the flame can hurt it. That might be a problem. Let's change that. It's a good thing I kept this. Also gonna do a little healing real quick. Alright, this fight's gonna suck. Games for sickos only. You do not compromise. You are made for the people who want to play you and nobody else. And I admire that greatly. on, get closer, Mad Dragon. I got a magic sword to introduce you to. Isn't that delightful, Petty? It also has very, very cute sprite art. It's just a nice-looking game, despite being still a very obvious early to mid-period Famicom game. This is the good stuff right here. Oh, damn it. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Okay. Let's calm down, shall we? Let's calm down, shall we? Used up Ring of Life, that's fine. I was getting greedy with the hits. I mean, didn't Super Mario Brothers, the original, in Japan include lyrics for the stage? There's one head down, two heads down. God, look at the blood spray. This game's so sick. I feel like Virtual Hydlide definitely qualifies on the Games for Sickos list. Right, this is a violent golf game. Let's see, this tool... Battle Golfer Yui is a game that must be seen to be believed. Unfortunately, you are also a sicko and cannot weigh in. There we go, we've got one fairy. I think we get the second fairy from the mine. We gotta go open. Let's save. Let's get the hell out of here. I don't remember where the door was. That's not good. Right? If you have her try to date the Diebot, I think his name was. She's like, no, I'm not dating that creep. Who would have thought that marrying together, a classic adventure game and a golf game with a plot that feels like it came out of like a Go Nagai work would go together so well? My only complaint about Battle Golfer Yui is that the golf gameplay itself is not super strong. Like, it's okay. Look, Go Nagai can't innovate every single field. Somebody else has to do some of it. He did enough. Giving us modern, pilot in the robot mecha anime and Cutie Honey and Devilman. He's done enough. Creating and redefining genres over and over again. I mean, Mazinger and Getter Robo are like the tightest things in the entire world. I wish Western mecha fans in general talked about more than Gundam. Because, yeah, Gundam's good. Gundam's great. But come on, man. Come on. You watch Mazinger and tell me it's not the coolest thing you've ever seen in your life. Because it is. I did not see Lion Girl. It was disappointing, you say? Oh, nice. I remembered where the exit was. Oh, that's a bummer. Know what, though? They can't all be hits. And when you've got as good a hit rate as he does, come on. Also, thank you for the raid, Commander Striker. What are you up to? Oh, we got two at once. I'll shout both of you out when I get a chance. Welcome on in, Stuart, as well. For any raiders just joining, my name is Professor Bloom. I am a teacher. I do a lot of singing, organize VTuber choir, and play lots of retro games on real hardware. And right now, I am practicing. Oh, you both beat Halo 2. Hell yeah. Classic Halo 2 co-op. I am currently practicing for a Virtual Hydlide race that I'm going to be in on Saturday. I actually really like this game. I know it's a bit silly looking with just generally how slowly it runs, but I would say do not let that put you off it. We will be, Aaron, but we don't know what it is yet. It will be chosen day of to keep it fair. So this practice is really just to de-rust my general knowledge of the game. And to just, get back into the Virtual Hydlide swing of things. But yeah, for anybody just joining, pretty much every Monday and Friday you can find me playing retro games on real hardware. Every Wednesday I typically play Doom 2 Custom Megawads. And right now, I don't usually stream on Thursdays, but it's a special occasion. I had the night off, did not have any rehearsals, which is very rare for me. So I am spending it practicing my Virtual Hydlide. Oh, that tree wants to tangle. There we go. Play the holy melody, gladly. Let me get my flute out. Flute of Zaldis. Let's play it. Look at that. Who doesn't like that? This is the sealed dungeon. So we will here be fighting whatchamacallit, an evil mage who gave me a lot of trouble last time. Doesn't usually. I'm wary of this sword right here. I don't know if I should even equip it because it could be cursed. Do I have a Scroll of Judgment? I do. It's a great sword. I do not need that. Stick with my flame sword. I wish I had the fairy armor. I did not find it. I think I left that behind in the labyrinth. See, I really want to hang on to the flame sword that I have now, because that will make this fight against the mage way easier. That was definitely a mimic. I just ran by. But am I a coward? Yeah. Got a problem with it? So we need to get down to the 4th basement. Also, I hope you guys enjoyed Halo 2. I distinctly remember playing Halos 1, 2, 3, Reach, and ODST, and 4 eventually, co-op with a friend, and then never playing Halo 5 because it did not have couch co-op. And so I was not interested. No couch co-op, I'm not playing it. Also, I didn't like Halo 4 very much, and Halo 5 did not look like an improvement. I played a little bit of Halo Infinite's multiplayer when it came out, had fun for a couple rounds, and then just had this feeling like, what am I playing this for? And uninstalled it. Also because it took up an insane amount of hard drive space. Speaking of, I can't get over the fact that they're saying Black Ops 6 is going to take up 300 gigabytes. And that still means you need to stream textures in, which seems not possible. But apparently that's how it's going. Let's get on Jim Hydlide's wild ride here. Come on, Jim. Get in the cart, Jim. Jim! What happened to optimization? They stopped doing it because they don't need to. Or at least that's what they tell themselves. And then they wonder why people get mad about their games. Hey, Slepner, welcome on in. What were you up to? So welcome on in, Raiders. If you don't know my name, I am Professor Bloom. I am a teacher. I do a lot of singing, organize a VTuber choir, and play lots of retro games on real hardware. And right now, I am practicing for a Virtual Hydlide race this coming Saturday. You won't want to miss it. Changing oil. Oh yeah, because there's the Steam, like, what is it, Next Fest or whatever. There's a bunch of game demos out. Anything good? Anything catch your interest? I will admit I am largely ignorant of what is out there. I've had people tell me about a couple things that I'm going to need to download and check out, but for the most part, I'm content to be a weird old man and just play old stuff forever. Well, what is that potion? Come on. Where'd it go? There we go. Uncle Chop's Rocket Shop. Oh, I do buy new games. Just don't stream them. Like, I probably will buy Doom the Dark Ages when it comes out, but I'm almost assuredly not going to stream it. Check our map. Okay, we just got to go down one more floor. I love with how choppy the frame rate is when you run down the hallway like this. It really feels frantic. Do you know what I mean? Like, Jim's really booking. Now, I know this isn't necessary for the run, but I kind of want to see what that minecart will bring me to. Come on, Jim. You're embarrassing me, Jim. Maybe this will bring me to a treasure or something. Oh! Oh, that one had a jump. Well, that was cool. Where has it brought me? Okay. Yeah, no, there's nothing here for me. There's probably treasures, but they're not going to be worth it. I don't know how we're going to make the jump going the other way. That wouldn't really make sense physically. But, yeah, ride a minecart uphill with an uphill jump. It's magic. I don't have to explain anything. That's the power of Jim. Yeah, just push it really fast. Yeah, fucking magnets, how do they work? I know it's very easy to clown on Insane Clown Posse for that lyric, and the pun was intended there. But I will say what they were attempting to do in that song is express wonder at the world around them. They're just not terribly intelligent. So they're asking questions that have definite answers. Right. I'm not Jim Hydlide. I'm the player. Science increases wonder. So then you think, well, now I have a slight understanding. I want a greater understanding. No, a random guy challenging juggalos to a rap battle and winning sounds hysterical. God, I remember there used to be, years ago, an honest-to-goodness juggalo bar near me. And, one time my friend brought me there. This was, like, I was pretty fresh out of undergrad. We were both very broke. But he said, Bloom, you gotta come to this juggalo bar with me. I'm like, why? Do I really have to? No. The first things I saw when I went into this place, there was no one behind the bar. There was a wife beater with some, like, questionable looking stains, probably blood stains, on a windowsill. Someone came out of the bathroom and immediately offered me heroin. Not rudely. They were very polite about it. They're like, "Hey man, you want some?" I'm like, "No, I'm good. I'm gonna get a beer." And the reason my friend went here was because pitchers were very cheap. But I'm happy to pay another $1. Well, they just very politely asked, "Would you like some heroin?" I said, "No, thank you," and they said, "Okay," and just went back into the bathroom. It was a very funny interaction. Right, here is our evil mage, sounding like the guy out of the Muzzy commercials, if you remember that language learning tool from all those years ago. Where'd he go? I think they might have been offering to share, but they probably would have wanted money too. I'm just glad I'm not the only one here that remembers what Muzzy was. That voice, that, like, deep mumbled thing made me think of it. I don't know why. Whoops. That was the wrong button. I've suffered for it. How is it that this guy is easier the second time around? I don't have the life recovery ring this time. The second he stops moving and lowers to the ground, I need to fire my projectile. And language learning pedagogy was not very advanced in the early 90s, especially not for children's programming. I wouldn't expect too much out of the old Muzzy tapes. That would be actually great stream content if somebody got their hands on them. They're probably still copywritten. Hello, Dr. Dreads. How are you? Wouldn't it be amazing to watch somebody try to learn French live on stream with those? I have no desire to learn French, but I think my brain might be full up on languages for a while. I think like 4 of them is enough. I don't know if I could squeeze a 5th in there. Well, actually, if it's a Romance language. Owned by the BBC. Because I always remember the Muzzy tapes being to learn French. Look, Valco, I have to sing in French fairly regularly, and I hate having to do that. Because I hate French pronunciation. I hate having to nasalize vowels. France, you know what you did. Go sit in the corner. The real nations are talking. Actually, you know what you did. France is having massive political struggles right now. I'll sing something in a sec, Furrow. Nothing in French, though. Not going down the Champs-Élysées today. Just gotta wait for this fight. Oh, know what? No, I know what I'll do. Well, I already speak Mandarin, so I'm not going to do Mandarin Muzzy. You know, that is true, Valco. I mean, that's as much German as French. Willkommen, bienvenue, welcome. No, I'm no Joel Green. That was his name. He's so good. Oh, I know what I'm going for here. This is probably very predictable, given what we were just talking about. Can't seem to face up to the facts. I'm tense and nervous and I can't relax. I can't sleep 'cause my bed's on fire. Don't touch me, I'm a real live wire. Psycho killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Fa better run, 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 run away. Oh, psycho killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Better run, 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 run away. Oh, yeah, I lied, Aaron. I changed my mind because I like the Talking Heads. You start a conversation, you can't even finish it. You're talking a lot, but you're not saying anything. When I have nothing to say, my lips are sealed. Say something once, why say it again? Psycho killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Better run, 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 run away. Oh, psycho killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Better run, 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 run away. Oh, ce que j'ai fait ce soir-là, ce qu'elle a dit ce soir-là, réalisons mon espoir. Je me lance vers la gloire. Aye, 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 aye. We are vain and we are blind. I hate people when they're not polite. Psycho killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Fa better. Run, 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 run away. Oh, psycho killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Fa better. Run, 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 run away. Oh, and Talking Heads are great. I am not Aaron. Gonna have to watch that. Hey, thank you for the follow, Valco. Something recently broke my stream alerts coming up, but just know you were supposed to be greeted right there by a barbershop quartet of 4 of me saying hello. I very much enjoy recording one-man quartets. There we go. We can go back to game audio now. And let's take a turn here. Oh, come on, Jim. Duck your head. Don't get stuck, Jim. Oh, that's a bummer. Come on, Jim. You gotta stop getting stuck, buddy. One more floor and then we're out of here, and then we are on to the final dungeon. Making much better time than the first run. I might still want to do a practice run on Saturday morning. Not on stream, but just on my own time. I know I can do better than this, surely. There we go, just straight shot down this hallway now. Look how fast Jim is running. Look at him go. And out back into the great outdoors, we need to go leave the Tears of the Earth in the right spot to summon a big old dungeon. And we'll be in good shape. And hopefully find both the Sword of Light and the Emerald very quickly. Oh, sweet, it's very nearby. Oh, gotta do a little bit of a run around. That's okay. We've got 2 fairies. Wish I had found the fairy armor, but this, it's worked so far. Go, we can cross over the bridge here. Also, I know while this game is very goofy looking, I really do love the digitized photos and 3D renders as sprites that this uses. I think it adds a ton of character to the game. I really like this look and would love to see a modern game do something like that. Actually, I'm going to check this dot up here real quick. Because if it's a store, I will want to buy 4 Stone of Fighter if I can. Quick detour. It is a store. My intuition was correct. So at these stores, you can spend your points to get items. It's the only, like, remotely NPC type interaction you have in this game. The reason we want these is they make our... Oh, hell yeah, scroll of detect. They make our final fight a lot easier by just beefing up the final weapon in the game. I think that's worth a little bit of a detour, as was that scroll of detect, which will show us where treasure chests are. Because there are 2 items we need to find in the final dungeon. One is the emerald, which will be listed as jewelry, and the other is the Sword of Light, which is the best weapon in the game. And while it's not required to beat the final boss, it's strongly recommended. Because without it, you are going to be in a long, laborious, difficult fight. And I don't want to do that. I want to win easily. Let's see, where are the Tears of Earth? Put that in here, and now a big old crystal palace will rise out of the water. Oh yeah, Faerun was on 3DS, right? There is actually a 3D remake of Hydlide 1 that's like a modern Virtual Hydlide 1. It's hard to describe. I'll link it in the Discord later. Fan-made project. Super cool looking, though. Because it basically looks like the old sprites from specifically the MSX version of the game stood up and came to life in a really attractive way. Also, don't you love a teleport maze? Because we're in a teleport maze now. This is where the frame rate really starts to chug a bit. It struggles quite a lot. Because it's rendering all of these places at once all the time. Because that's sensible. But you can kind of get a sense of where to go by looking up. Oh, Dot's not racing. No, it's me, Ren, Drop, and Sardus. If Dot starts after we did, beats all of us, and then raids in, I'll cry. She can't do that to me twice. Also, here's where we needed to go to get to the center of the dungeon, where we're going to find the Emerald and the Sword of Light, and fight a big eel. Dot did do that before, Pyko. I was racing Kid Nicky Radical Ninja on the NES with Margot. And Margot and I were about halfway through the game. We were pretty neck and neck throughout a lot of it. Dot saw that we were racing, started a stream of Kid Nicky, beat it, and then raided into us before either of us beat it. And I lost the race to Margot, so I came in third in a race with 2 participants. That was Dot flexing her unbelievable gamer power. And I can't even be mad about it. Let me use a scroll of detect. And see where the treasures are on this floor and hope... Okay. Let's go this way to start and see what we find. Also, navigating in this room in general is challenging, shall we say, because of circumstances. All right. See, our first chest is right over here. It's not worth fighting these skeletons until we have the Sword of Light. Nice! Nice, nice, nice! First chest, and we got the Emerald. That's some good luck. If this is the sword, we're in amazing shape. What tool do you get here? Gonna be... Oh, it was another Stone of Fighter. I'm good with that. Let's consult our map. Okay, we've got to go... Do I tempt fate and go the way that has the lift down? That's a mimic. Or do I go one of the other ways first? Also, this stage is where we really start using our map turning, because this central area, while this would look incredibly cool in a game that ran better, is quite the ordeal in within the game's own limitations. Just trying to find where the other platforms are and when you can step on them. I'm trying to go this way. That will lead us to the exit, but if I'm really lucky, then one of the flashing blue dots here will be the Sword of Light, which then we can crank up its power and go from there. So let's see. Please be a sword. I can't carry anymore. I've almost never had that happen. Let's toss some junk out. Don't need you. Don't need that. Let's use the Scroll of Herb on something poisoned to turn it into an herb. Then we can drop the poisonous herbs. Alright, now let's check the chest. A ring. This could still potentially be good if it's a... The ring what heals me when I walk around. I'd be into that. It appears to be just another ring of power. Don't need multiples. It's saying that chest is still open, so maybe I just picked up what I had dropped. I will try again. Hopefully this is the sword. No, it was a shitload of gold, though. It's saying that chest is still there. Let's try again. I think I was just picking up the things I already dropped. Oh, be the Sword of Light, be the Sword of Light, be the Sword of Light, be the Sword of Light. Hell yes! Alright. Don't need these. That was nice. Let's use the Stone of Fighter. We're going to crank the power on this thing, and then let's put it to bed. That was lucky. Is it like that every time, maybe? I had it happen twice in a row. I might just be lucky. It's going to be +5 again. That's so sick. That's so sick. Oh, yeah. Power fantasy time. We're so strong. And this can kill pretty much anything. Like the skeletons that normally reanimate. They're going to die in like one hit now. Watch. Yeah, they're dead and they stay dead. They don't reanimate anymore. All we need to do now is go downstairs. They're already dead, but now they're really dead. Now they're like extra certified dead. Dead level 2. And necromancers hate him. Now we need to get up to the top quadrant. Raw and unfiltered honey, except for the way we filtered it. Really is a little outrageous. what advertisers get away with. Well, not where I wanted to go. I'm getting shuffled all around now. Come on. It's close. Alright, if I stay on this block... There we go. Ah, here, skeletons. Don't you know when you're not wanted? They apparently do not. Very, very tragic. Yeah, dead squared. We're going to the dead man's party. They're all dressed up with nowhere to go. How sad. And now we're going to go fight a big old eel. Let's save. Oh, that's pretty funny, Pyko. I feel like if I'm ever a grandfather, which I doubt I will be, but if ever I am, that's the kind of joke I want to tell. Oh, come on, I dodged that. Shit. Not having the fairy armor is starting to really be bad. Let's try that again. You know what? Let me wait to be full health before I go in this time. Not wearing armor leads to death. Since when? Sounds fake. Oh, we're not doing none of that again. That is why we save our game. Right. Go ahead and cross your arms, Jim. Get yourself nice and healed up. Will say this is one of the coolest zones in the game, just visually. I really would love to see what would a modern take on this game look like. Don't change anything in the gameplay. Even don't change the visuals. What if it just ran at like even 20 frames per second? Would be a substantial improvement. What would it be like? Guess I'll use the Ring of Power. Let's do it! I wasn't at full health before. And I should use my shield more judiciously. But I think I got this. Hey, Haru, welcome! Let me shout you out. I am at the penultimate, or not the penultimate dungeon in Virtual Hydlide. What were you up to? Were you playing more Alundra? Yeah, welcome on in, Raiders. If you don't know me, my name is Professor Bloom. I am a teacher. I do a lot of singing, organize a VTuber choir in which Haru has taken part, and play lots of retro games on real hardware. And tonight, I am playing Virtual Hydlide, because I am actually racing this game this coming Saturday over on Ren Millennia's channel. So it will be me, Swirl Drop, her, and Sardus, all racing to see who can be the fastest Jim Hydlide out there. Damn it, I died. Go pee, Haru. That's supposedly an eel right there, but it Did a number on me. Not finding the fairy armor earlier in the game is coming back to bite me now. So we're going to load and try that fight again. Now, the frame rate in this game is very bad. However, do not let that distract you from the fact that it's a really good, fun game. Don't listen to AVGN. Don't listen to ProJared. Play it for yourself. I promise you might be surprised at how much fun it is. It's actually a very fun game to race as well, because it's a very quick adventure once you know broadly what to do. And it's got a built-in randomizer. According to the game's manual, it has 40 billion combinations. Which is quite a lot. And I am playing this on my Saturn, so this is real hardware. This is what you see is what you get. 40 billion is a lot. I think it's a 10-letter seed. I don't know what all it randomizes. I think it's mostly locations and layouts. That's a lot of numbers. I'm not here to do that math. Okay, I can strafe those. Or at least at distance I can. Come on, eel, you're mine. Got him. Let's go. I don't think it's fully hexadecimal. We can take a quick look at it after I finish this this run. There we go. We get our final fairy, because the three fairies are Princess Anne split up into one. Playing viewer requests. Oh, very nice. Now, Haru, have you played Virtual Hydlide? Have you played any Sega Saturn games? Oh, I've been hearing about Chaos Mario 64. You've been on a big Mario 64 kick lately, haven't you? This game would probably look amazing at a decent frame rate for a high-quality digitized sprites. Look awesome. Baroque is very cool. I love the Saturn. One of my favorite systems. I would love to see you try this game, because it's actually very, very fun. It's probably more fun if you've played Hydlide 1 before, but it's not a prerequisite. I am going to want to equip the crucifix, because we're about to do a miniature boss gauntlet. We're going to refight the vampire and the evil mage, who just speak a little gibberish. So the vampire brought bats along this time. Is quite a lot stronger. But our upgraded Sword of Light should make quick work of him. Oh no, his bats absolutely demolished me. Yeah, he didn't throw down a wine glass and demand to know. You know, he didn't say have at you. That was embarrassing. Let's try that again. Not having the upgraded armor. Turns out, bad idea. Here lies Jim Hydlide, killed by bats. What is it, Jim? So the reason we keep calling the protagonist Jim is because in the original Hydlide, the manual specifically says his name is Jim. And he is the hero who has shown up to save Fairyland, which is called the Dream World in this one. But this is essentially a remake of the first Hydlide game. You do fight a vampire in that one, and you do need to have a crucifix equipped to fight him. Which, just as in this one, you find in the cemetery. Oh, that was a bad idea. I thought maybe I could rush him and stun lock him, but his bats had other ideas. Now, the manual for Super Hydlide, which is Hydlide 3, on the Sega Genesis, has an incredible line in it, which says, hold on, let me find the exact quote, because it's extremely funny. Let me look it up. It says, Realm of Super Hydlide. Note, it is important to remember that the player and the character are two different people. Try to keep the two apart. As if the game were so immersive that you were going to forget that it wasn't you. Yeah, enjoy dinner. Thank you, Haru, and thank you for the raid. So Hydlide 1 Pico was originally for the PC-88, so Japanese home computers. It had an NES port in 1989. It came out very late over here, which is a big part of why it has a negative reputation. We already had, action-adventure games 2 generations removed from Hydlide, which made this, the original feel very antiquated. Though I will maintain that it is not at all a bad game. Well, no, it's kind of bad. I just like it. I have a lot of appreciation for what it means and what it did for the gaming industry. Because the original Hydlide came out in 1984, and along with games like Dragon Slayer, helped invent the action RPG as we know it today. So without Hydlide, there's no Ys. Without Hydlide, there's no Zelda. It was a massively, massively influential title. Gotcha! Right. It pioneered the genre in a very meaningful way. So us getting, a port 5 years later, that wasn't the best port either. Means it doesn't carry the same kind of cultural, historical significance here as it did in Japan. In Japan, the original Hydlide was a monster hit. It sold more than 2 million copies. That was huge numbers in, the gaming industry of 1984. Games didn't sell that much. that wasn't how it worked. But Hydlide was a phenomenon. Alright, we gotta go have round 2 with the evil mage. This time he brought some skeletons with him. I'll show him what I think of that. The answer is not much. That's his skeletons dealt with. And he's easier this time around, I think, because I have a much better projectile sword. Now, if you somehow get to this point without the Sword of Light... Hey, buddy, you gonna do something? Thank you. The skeletons will keep coming back. And you will have a very bad time fighting him. Though unfortunately, he cannot take damage until he lands to do his whiz-biz at you. So you can't really get that many hits in. Final fight with Varus is at least more active than this. But it's still a bit of a slog. What is this mage thinking? He's like, I'll get him this time. Surely it'll go better now that he's stronger and I'm the same. Hey, bud. You wanna move? Keep this fight moving? I know you have a strong incentive not to do that, but come on. I really wish my projectile could hurt him at all times. Also, can we appreciate that the projectile lights up the stuff around it? That's not the kind of thing you could take for granted in 1995. It means they really put attention into how their game was going to look and play. Even if it is fundamentally on a golf game engine. Because it is. It's the exact same gameplay engine as Pebble Beach Golf Links. which is very funny to me. But that is also one of my favorite Saturn games, so maybe it's not a coincidence. And that's the evil mage dealt with. He's way easier the second time around. Time to take down Mr. Big Bad himself. Right, this is not a low-effort game, which is why I know a lot of people will call this kusoge. And I don't really disagree, but it's the interesting kind of kusoge in that it was made with a lot of heart and attention. Hey, how's it going, Dande? Hope you are well. What were you up to? Oh, we're gaming right now. We're on the final boss of Virtual Hydlide for the second time tonight. He's going to make some unintelligible growls at us. Which really just sound like somebody recorded their stomach rumbling. And we're gonna get to it. Gonna try our best to stun lock him as much as we can, because his projectile is going to hurt us a lot more than ours will hurt him, because we don't have much armor. Whoop. Yeah, Jim's not impressed by Varus's threats. Maybe he should be, though. Like, just a little bit. Can I get him a little stun locked, or am I going to have to run around a bit? I might have to run around a bit. He keeps doing the one attack I wish he wouldn't. Which is, you know, how it goes with these things. Okay, I can get out of the way. Oh, that's a good one for him to do, because it leaves him stationary for a long time. Very lucky these are homing projectiles from my sword. Whoop! I hope God mode gives you, like, the most rancid luck imaginable. 2 HP in a dream, let's go, baby! We got it! 2 HP left! Oh, I gotta get a screen cap of that real quick. Oh, that was great. You really want to have the fairy armor going into that fight. Right? The only hit point you really need is the last one. There we go. The 3 fairies will reunite into Princess Anne. Jim is just stanced up, ready to say hi. Yeah, God mode. The mode for gods. Look at that full screen FMV. Jim just stanced up. She's 3 fairies in a trench coat. And now, with Princess Anne saved, and Varus defeated, the terrible illusion that trapped Fairyland in a nightmare is dispelled. And we can see that Fairyland are really just somebody's vacation pictures of Switzerland. Tokihiro Naito, that's the original Hydlide creator from 1984. Pitched this project because he was tired of porting other people's games. He wanted to make a big statement on next-gen hardware by remaking their biggest hit. It didn't go over as well as they would have liked, but there's so much heart put into this game that I can't help but love it. And genuinely, I think it's just a fun game to play. She sneezes too hard. It's 3 fairies time. Just gotta call up Jim, be like, Jim, can you help me again? I think my favorite part of this is at the end it says, congratulations, period. Not an exclamation point. Just period. Like, yeah, you finished the game. Congratulations. It's a statement of fact. They are congratulating you. But with that, I'm going to call it a night. So let me let you know what I've got going on. Tomorrow, same time as always, 6 p.m. Eastern, I will be playing Darkened Sky for the Nintendo GameCube, also known as the Skittles game. It is a Skittles licensed action RPG with a pitch-perfect 2002 sense of humor that is genuinely very funny. So I will be continuing that tomorrow, and then Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern, I will be over on Ren's channel, joined by Swirl Drop and Sardus, to race Virtual Hydlide to see who amongst us can be the fastest Jim Hydlide in the West. I don't know if it will be me, I just hope I won't be in last place. That is my fervent hope for Saturday. And that will be over on Ren's channel. She will have all of our perspectives up on screen at once, which should be very fun to watch. So let me see, who are we going to retro raid into? Or should we make it a Hydlide raid? Let's make it Jim Hydlide raid. I like that better. If you've got my emotes, please use them. If you don't, use whatever ones you like. If Dot starts playing Virtual Hydlide alongside us without telling us and beats all of us, I will be genuinely a little sad. That would be the second time it happened to me. I don't know that I can handle that. But let's see. Do I have any Hydlide enjoyers streaming right now? I may. Let me see. Who have we got? Ooh, you know what? We've got a couple options. Trying to see what's the move? I know Zofar is streaming. I've never raided into him before, and while I do watch him, I've never chatted on his channel, so I don't want to just raid right in. But he is a Virtual Hydlide speedrunner and is very good at it. Not going to raid into him. I will raid into somebody I know that has enjoyed a Hydlide. Going to raid into Voxandra, who is finishing up Final Fantasy IV. She played and enjoyed Super Hydlide on the Genesis quite a lot recently. I don't think she has played Virtual Hydlide yet, though maybe I can convince her to try. So that's where we're going to go. Oh, she's like right at the end of Final Fantasy IV as well. That's perfect then. So thank you all for coming. Go be nice to Vox. She's awesome. And I will see you tomorrow. It's very weird for me to stream on a Thursday. I'm not used to it. See you tomorrow for Darkened Sky. Have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye.